In the next 15 years, the motorcycle venture, Hero Honda, repeated the feat, and both pole positions are held firmly even today. Hero's story is about humble beginnings, the refugee entrepreneurial spirit, hard work, and zeal. It looks at how four brothers with little formal education created a world-class enterprise. This is the incredible tale of a principle-driven organization that created exceptional value for a society that desperately needed transportation. How did four brothers with distinct personalities work like a cohesive unit and build a manufacturing behemoth? How did they synchronize their strengths? How did they resolve their differences, if any? The story goes deep inside the family spirit, the parivar, that brought together employees, customers, channel partners, suppliers, and local communities to create success, welfare, and well-being for millions. This is the making of Hero. Four brothers, two wheels, and a revolution that shaped India.
Respected Swati Munjal ma'am, Honorable Speaker Ms. Vinita Bali ma'am, guests from corporate, respected deans of various schools, Es- Respected faculty member, and my fellow students, your presence here today makes this event a truly remarkable one. Today, we stand at the threshold of a transformative era, an era of fusion of human creativity and artificial intelligence will reshape industries, societies, and the future we envision. As Satya Nadella rightly said, the future we invent with AI is bound only by the limits of our imagination. We have an amazing opportunity to express and empower everyone on this planet. These words resonate deeply with the core theme of today's summit. In the rapidly evolving landscape of Industry 5.0, artificial intelligence is no longer just a tool, it's a collaborator and a catalyst for change that has the potential to empower every individual, every organization, and every society. The future we envision is now shaped by our collective imagination and our ability to harness the immense power of AI. This summit is not just about technology, it's about unleashing the full potential of our imagination, our creativity, and our collective vision for a better tomorrow. Welcome to a day of learning, innovation, and leadership as we take on the challenge of leading the AI powered organizations for the future. As we begin this auspicious event, we will now proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and dispelling of darkness. In the spirit of this occasion, I would like to share a timeless Sanskrit slok. Astoma satgamya, tamsoma jyotirgamya, mrityoma amritam gamya. Lead me from the unreal to real. Lead me from darkness to light. With this, I would call upon the dignitaries to please help us with the lamp lighting. I would also request Vineet ma'am to please join us on stage. I would also request Devinder sir to please join us for the lamp lighting. And all the dignitaries to please join us for the lamp lighting. Let this light symbolize the bright future we envision with a fusion of human creativity and technological advancements. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries. With warm blessings, now we move ahead. I would like to begin the event with warm wishes from and a gracious message from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Shyam Menon, sir. Although he is unable to join us today, Professor Shyam Menon has extended his heartfelt wishes for the success of this event and has sent us a message which will which reads as follows. Warm greetings to honorable guests and participants of Leadership Summit 2024, leading the AI powered organizations. As we approach the new industrial era, this summit explores how Industry 5.0 represents a significant shift toward integrating human creativity with artificial intelligence. This transformation aims to enhance productivity, efficiency, and creativity across industries, emphasizing the need for a visionary leadership to navigate these changes effectively. This summit will serve as a crucial guide for leaders, decision makers, and policymakers. By understanding the interplay between AI and human capabilities and addressing its ethical implications, organizations can harness the full potential of AI, paving the way for sustained success and innovation in the evolving landscape of Industry 5.0. As we engage in the conversations today, let us not only focus on the immense power of AI, but also consider the ethical responsibilities that accompany such transformation. This transition to Industry 5.0 demands a harmonious balance between technological advancements and human centered values, a synergy that fosters sustainable growth, inclusivity, and equitable progress. In closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all present, our leaders, panelists, students, and stakeholders whose contribution make these important dialogues possible. Let us use this summit as a springboard to envision and lead the AI-powered organizations that truly embody the principles of Industry 5.0, harnessing the technology to uplift the human spirit. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Pratik Modi, the esteemed Dean of School of Management at BML Munjal University. With a distinguished academic career and extensive professional experience, Professor Modi has been instrumental in guiding strategic vision of the school, ensuring that it remains a hub of innovation, research, and academic excellence. Let us welcome Professor Pratik for the welcome address.
Good morning. Today's keynote speaker, Ms. Venita Bali, Professor Shyam Menon, Vice Chancellor of the University, Ms. Swati Munjal, President of the University, distinguished panelists, guests from the industry, participants, colleagues, and dear students. It's an absolute honor to stand before you today at the 5th Leadership Summit 2024, an event that has become a beacon of forward-thinking ideas and transformational leadership at BML Munjal University. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for being part of this critical conversation on the dawn of the Industry 5.0. Over the last few decades, we have witnessed remarkable technological advancement. Industry 4.0, which characterized automation and data exchange, which was largely limited to the machines, and it definitely revolutionized industries, unlocked inefficiencies. But today we find ourselves at the threshold of Industry 5.0, a paradigm shift from the Industry 4.0 technology. Now, the 5.0 aims not only at streamlining operations, but also bringing human back at the center of innovation and the industry. The Industry 5.0 is about leveraging AI to amplify human creativity and ingenuity. It's about creating organizations that are more adaptive, innovative, and above all, human centered. AI, as we understand, is not just a tool to automate repetitive tasks. It has also evolved as a collaborator for human, a partnership that has helped us solve, or it's going to help us solve complex problems, innovate faster, and even reimagine what is possible today. We are going to unveil a report today on Industry 5.0. The title of the report is Embracing Industry 5.0, Leading AI-Powered Organization. The report is based on the data that we collected from 1,000 professionals across 50 industries, and all of them are sending a certain important message. The one message that is coming out from Industry 5.0 is that AI and the new age technologies are changing the competitive landscape of the industry. The companies across the sector are using, or they intend to use, AI not just to automate to innovate, but they want to revolutionize customer services that AI can deliver. They also want to change the way product innovation happens with the help of machine learning algorithms. Our report shows that the AI has boosted productivity, increased pace of innovation, and enhanced the decision-making capabilities. The leadership, as we understand, is vitally important. On one hand, we must leverage AI to drive innovation, productivity, and competitive advantage. On the other hand, we must ensure that these advancements align with human values, ethical responsibilities, and inclusivity. This is a leadership challenge. It's not a technological challenge alone. The role we play as leaders in fostering balance between technology and the organization, technology and the human face, is going to be critical for the long term success, not just of the technology, but of the industry. However, amidst this excitement about AI, it is important to pause and remind ourselves a key principle that AI or any other technology for that matter is a means to an end and not an end in itself. AI, though powerful, but it's still a tool designed to serve human objectives and organizational goals. The leaders must be careful not to become so enamored with the potential that AI gives us and keep the larger picture in mind. Organizations, as we know, are not merely collection of tools or technologies. They are communities of people built on shared values, on relationships, and a central purpose. AI cannot replace human elements that make organizations thrive: trust, empathy, collaboration, and purpose. These are the qualities that make organization resilient, successful, especially in the time of change. This brings me to another crucial point: the ethical implication of AI adoption. As AI becomes increasingly embedded in our organization, we must confront the ethical challenge it brings. Our report raises concerns about data privacy and the black box problem that makes it difficult for human to understand where does the AI output come from or originate from. Is it free from bias? Is it guided or misguided? The AI based decisions that we make are currently without the benefit of transparency available to the decision maker. The decision maker many times does not understand where does the decision come from. And hence, as a leader, we are responsible for ensuring that AI is implemented ethically and transparently. We must develop robust ethical frameworks that addresses concerns about privacy, bias, and fairness of AI implementation in the organization. The good news is that many organizations are already taking steps, as our report outlines. Now, what does it mean for the future of work? One must one must understand the compelling insight from our research that AI is not merely changing the individual task, but it is reshaping the jobs in the industry. One third of our organizations reported that AI has modified the job roles within the workforce. New roles are emerging, existing roles are evolving, and others are becoming obsolete. It's going to be painful. However, at the same time, it also presents several benefits across different industries, across different sectors that are unimaginable, such as healthcare, where we understand that the AI is increasing the diagnostics or is revolutionizing the diagnostics. In law, it has implications in reducing the bias that are inherent in human based decision making. In finance, AI is managing risk better than the human managers. All of it helps organizations become smarter organizations. As we look ahead, one thing is becoming clear: the newest technologies are emerging as the new source of competitive advantage. And thus, future belongs to the organizations who are able to understand this technology, adopt this technology, and harness their power. And all the while, the critical factor is that keeping the sight on what is important, that is human at the center of the organization and not the technology at the center of organization. So let us use this summit as an opportunity to learn from one another, share insights, and challenge ourselves to lead organizations that truly embody the promise of Industry 5.0. Thank you very much and wish you all the very best.
Certainly, sir, we couldn't agree more. Your words are truly inspiring. Our summit would not have been possible without the relentless efforts of our distinguished chairs, Dr. Richa Mishra and Dr. Jolly Masi. Their dedication and insightful research have laid the foundation for today's discussion. I invite them to please present their findings.
Yeah. Very good morning to all of you. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Leadership Summit 2024. This summit brings together leaders, innovators, and experts from across industries and academia to discuss the transformative impact of Industry 5.0 and artificial intelligence on our organizations and future leadership. Industry 5.0 represents a significant shift from the automation centric world of Industry 4.0 to a new paradigm where human intelligence and AI collaborate seamlessly. This change is reshaping how organizations operate, how they engage with employees, and how they innovate to stay competitive in the market space. The goal of today's summit is to foster meaningful discussions on how AI is redefining industries, business models, and future of work. We are deeply honored to have with us our distinguished chief guest, Madam Vinita Bali, whose leadership has been instrumental in driving large scale transformation. We are also fortunate to have the guidance and support of our president, Ms. Swati Munjal, our vice chancellor, Professor Sham Menon, and our dean, Professor Prateek Modi, whose leadership has helped shape the direction of this summit. As a part of summit, we did conduct comprehensive research to better understand how AI is transforming organization across sectors, a glimpse of which has already been shared by Professor Modi. As he mentioned, we did a survey of 1,000 professionals from diverse industries and different organizational levels, as well as in depth interviews with 50 industry experts. The finding revealed both remarkable opportunities and significant challenges as companies adapt to this new AI powered landscape. I will share few findings, which my colleague then will be able to elaborate. A striking 88.2% of respondents perceive AI as enhancing their organization competitive advantage. 44% of respondents reported that AI integration has directly increased their productivity within organization. 21% of respondents noted that AI has enhanced their organization's innovation capability. 15% of respondents cited improved decision making process as a key benefit of AI. When we try to inquire why this 15% a person, the thing that was being communicated is the need for reskilling and upskilling the workforce to ensure that they are prepared to work with AI technologies, which is somewhere missing in the organization at this point of time. The integration of AI can sometimes meet resistance with the organization. Now, to provide further insights into the findings and elaborate, I would like to invite co-chair of the summit, Dr. Jolly, to present the report in more detail. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm truly delighted and it's an honor to have you all with us in the 5th Leadership Summit 2024. And as the theme goes, Embracing Industry 5.0, Leading AI Powered Organization. The Leadership Summit 2024 research report provides an in depth analysis of Industry 5.0, focusing on the transformative power of artificial intelligence and its impact on business and workforce dynamics. Through a comprehensive survey of 1,000 professionals for the quantitative and qualitative interviews through various sectors such as marketing, manufacturing, IT, healthcare, and finance, we were able to dwell into the areas of ethical, sociological, and governance based challenges related to AI adoption. The report was divided in few critical pieces, so I would like to discuss the findings piece by piece. Our first piece was about human AI collaboration. As we all know, human AI collaboration has brought significant advantages, especially in terms of productivity and innovation. The survey shows that 44% of respondents believe that integration of AI would improve their efficiency. Also, 21% of respondents acknowledged that if AI blended with their new role, they will be able to provide more creative solutions in their current job offerings. While 15% of the respondents noted that their decision making ability might get improved if their work gets well blended by the AI capabilities. We also have considered the perception about employees regarding the integration of AI in the workforce. And it is really overwhelming to say that 64.6% respondents responded in the favor of integrating AI into their current job role. About 25.8% employees were neutral because they were not able to understand the gap between the current existing job role and how the AI would amend their future job role. About 9.6% of the respondents they had little bit of negative perception, and they were concerned that integration of AI into their job role might lead to job displacement or further technological complexities. These concerns underscore the importance of transparent communication and adequate training to help employees see artificial intelligence as an enhancement rather than a replacement for human skills. Talking about the impact of artificial intelligence on different organizational departments, we found that research and development sector was positively affected, where about 30% of the respondents said that their current projects have reached new heights after integration of artificial intelligence. About 28% of the respondents engaged in customer engagement and marketing based activities were benefited through AI based technologies, and about 23% of the participants engaged in operations were also benefited. However, everything has pros and cons. So, this report cannot be completed without discussing the challenges about the integration of AI in human workforce. We were able to identify some of the challenges which organizations are facing. And the first of which, about 28% of the respondents identified lack of training as a significant issue. They said that we would be very happy to integrate artificial intelligence in our current job role, but there is no proper training or any skill enhancement that has been provided to us. About 22% of the respondents found that some technical complexity might be a significant challenge in integrating artificial intelligence to the current job role. And additionally, 19% of the respondents cited that our employees are little bit resistant to change towards the new technology, and they fear that the integration of AI might lead to further job losses. Some of the focus areas that we were able to identify through AI driven innovation are as follows. So, we found that about 33% of the respondents who are dealing with product and development were able to get better results after incorporating AI in their current job roles. About 29% of the respondents were able to have better customer services, and about 19% of the respondents were able to make impactful marketing initiatives by integrating AI into their innovations. The last piece of the report talk about the ethical and sociological implications of artificial intelligence and some of the sociological issues like algorithmic biasness, data privacy, job displacement, and lack of transparency were truly identified as lacunas or as roadblocks in integration of AI in various sectors of industry. About 20% of the employees said that the biasness in the algorithm while training any new model, especially in case of healthcare, might be a challenge. They also added that in fields like IT and automation, integration of AI might lead to black box problem, and about 21% respondents said that there could be lack of transparency in including AI in the process of decision making, because decision making is highly human sensitive area, and it includes more of human intervention and involvement. Some of the successful strategies which we were able to identify in the report, that continuous learning program related to artificial intelligence, if implemented in the current job roles, can motivate employees to embrace this upcoming technology. Also, about 38.3% of the companies believe that having a fair and transparent policies related to artificial intelligence will give a new road to the employees towards the culture of innovation, development, and sustainability. And about 22.3% of the respondents believe that having a fruitful partnership with the companies who are already excelling in AI, or people who are AI expert, will give their employees lot of confidence that yes, we can embrace AI and we can use it in a very, very fruitful manner. In the end, I would like to say that Industry 5.0 represents a paradigm shift in which humans and artificial intelligence collaborate to enhance the creativity, productivity, and innovation. The Leadership Summit research highlights AI's transformative power across departments like R&D, marketing, customer service, operations, and HR. However, artificial intelligence integration also presents challenges, including inadequate training, technical complexities, employee resistance, and ethical concerns. By fostering a collaborative culture that emphasizes training, practical practices, and transparent decision making, we can embrace this upcoming era of artificial intelligence and Industry 5.0 and make India next superpower. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable insights. An inspiring entrepreneur, leader, philanthropist, Mr. Sunil Kanpanjal has been at the forefront of transforming industries, fostering economic growth, fostering economic growth. As the Chancellor of BML Munjal University, his vision has paved the way for excellence in education. While we were eagerly looking forward to having Mr. Sunil Kanpanjal with us, due to some unforeseen circumstances, he is unable to join us. However, we are fortunate that he has shared his thoughts with us through a specially recorded video message. I would request the team to please play the message for us.
Good morning and welcome to all of you to the Leadership Summit at BMU. This is another in the series of summits that focus on topics that are not only contemporary, but also forward-looking. And this time, the focus of the summit is on something which is extremely current, topical, and critical to all of us, focusing on Industry 5.0 and the enablement of Gen AI and AI, not just to manufacturing, but to many aspects of our life. In fact, the reason I'm missing this summit is that I am myself in California right now, visiting a number of entities that are working actively on developing on different aspects of Gen AI, and also the big focus required, therefore, on cybersecurity. All of you who have been here earlier would know the quality of dialogue that takes place. And for those of you who are attending this for the first time, Welcome to a deeply engaging, interesting, and we hope a conversation from which each one of you will take something back. At the BML Munjal University, our attempt has been to always be practical, experiential, and real in what we offer to the students, to the faculty, and to the community at large. And since we are in the midst of a large industry conglomeration in this area, we always also try and focus in the neighborhood, but not only here. And we are all aware that as the world has gone through different stages of industrialization, we have continued to see higher and higher productivity. But at this time, what we are facing is an extremely new situation where technology or smart machines need to interface with humans in a manner that the whole system becomes much more productive, also much more intuitive, and serves the needs of humanity in a manner like never before. We do, of course, need to watch out for safety because, as it is, we do know that one of the features of AI is as it gets more and more intelligent, it could have a mind of its own. And that is the place which is currently an imponderable. We do not yet know enough about that, which is why we have called a set of experts to talk to you about how Industry 5.0 can be the next big revolution. Of course, for many in India, Industry 4.0 is still in the distant future, which may actually also be beneficial as we focus on machine learning, iOS, IoT, the new wave of telecom, focusing on newer and newer version of availability of bandwidth and the sheer capacity that is being created, whether through satellites or through towers or otherwise. We are going to see a complete change in our lives. It may actually be an opportunity for many industries in India to leapfrog one stage, as we have done otherwise in a number of other technologies, to get straight to this new world. So this is what we hope the sessions at this conference will provide an active debate. I also want to thank the organizers for picking such a wonderful theme and all of the hard labor that they put in to make things smooth for you, for the conference to go in a manner where all of us enjoy the sessions and go home with something valuable. Thank you very much and welcome once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. We are really grateful for the wisdom and for you to take out the time to share your experiences with us today. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute privilege to introduce a remarkable leader, a visionary, and an inspiration, Miss Vinita Bali. A global, a global business leader with extensive experience, Ms. Bali has successfully led renowned multinational companies both in India and overseas. Her career includes pivotal roles at Coca-Cola Company and Cadbury, where she led leadership positions in UK, Nigeria, South Africa, Latin America, and the US. Additionally, she served as the managing director and CEO of Britannia Industries, transforming it into a household name in India. Miss Bali's journey began in 1977 as a management trainee with Voltas Limited, and she quickly rose to prominence. By 1980, she had joined Cadbury India as the brand manager, and within a few years, she became the youngest general manager of the company. In 2005, after 16 years abroad, Ms. Bali returned to India as the managing director and CEO of Britannia Industries. Over the next 9 years, she spearheaded the company's transformation, quadrupling its revenues and steering it towards health, nutrition, and innovation. Her leadership has also led to the creation of the Britannia Nutrition Foundation, pioneering the fight against malnutrition in India, a cause that has gained international recognition. We are honored to have you, ma'am, today here with us. Please join me in welcoming her to share her insight.
Still good morning. So, a very good morning to all of you. And thank you for that kind and generous introduction. You would have noticed that the word artificial intelligence appeared nowhere in my experience or my introduction. So, perhaps you made a mistake by calling me to speak on AI. But that I leave to all of you to decide. Basically, as I tell everybody, I've sold everything that is brown and sweet, starting with Cadbury chocolates to Coca Cola, and finally to biscuits in Britannia. So you might ask, what gives me the credibility to talk about AI? At one level, I think all of us, me included, are going to be the recipients of what yet another technology that we call AI is going to do for us, how it may or may not improve our lives, how it may or may not help us with productivity. Now, you might say, why am I saying may not? The reason I'm saying that is not because I am skeptical, but because sometimes the hype around some of these computational technologies, which is what AI is, it enables us to compute large number of data sets. And generative AI is nothing but the ability of those same data sets to predict for the future. So predictive analytics is something which is not new. Computation is something which is not new. I remember, since most of you are MBA students sitting here, when I was in your shoes in the late 70s doing my MBA, we had to learn two computer languages called Fortran and COBOL. And we had to write some of our programs in those languages. We've all seen photographs of the first computer that IBM developed, which required air conditioning and a huge room in which that computer would be. And today, each of our cell phones has more computing power than that big IBM computer. So the point I'm trying to make is that whilst there is great excitement around the potential of AI, if you look at it over a period of time and contextualize it, we will see that there have been significant breakthroughs in the past that have enabled us to get to where we are today. From the big Fortran and COBOL computers to our own personal computers, from Lotus 123 to Excel spreadsheets that gave us the power to do pivot tables and so on. All of these are things that we have seen. All of these are improvements in our productivity. And hopefully, AI, which I will elaborate on a little bit in a moment, is also going to be part of that same continuum. What I want all of us to think about is, what exactly is AI? It was interesting to go through the research that you have done that talked about people's belief in enhanced productivity, in quicker turnaround times with the power of artificial intelligence. But I can bet you, and this is my hypothesis, go and speak to 10 people at random and ask them what AI means to them. I will not be surprised if you get at least 6 or 7, if not 10, divergent answers. Because frankly, there isn't a definition of AI. The reason I say this with some authority is that even though in my operational working life, I did not work for a technology company, though we used technology. And I'll give you an example of how we use technology. When I joined the Coca-Cola company back in 1994, I was the global marketing director for brand Coke. And in 1995, sitting in Atlanta, I knew in 100 countries around the world how many daily drinkers there were for Coke, how many weekly drinkers there were for Coke, how many monthly drinkers there were for Coke, and what volume they accounted for. The reason I'm making this point to you is that if you look at AI as a tool, it is a tool to generate answers that you require for decision making. In the Coca-Cola company in Atlanta, which is where I was based, we ourselves asked this question in terms of, how many daily drinkers do we have and what volume do they contribute? And at that time, we knew there were 30% daily drinkers who contributed 70% of volume. Just this one piece of information enabled us to design marketing programs and promotional activities around this fact that if you as a daily drinker can't get your Coke today because it is raining incessantly or it is 52 degrees outside and you don't want to go out, I can't come to you tomorrow and say, have 2 Cokes because you missed your Coke yesterday. The bigger point in all of this is it's not about the tool. It is about your intelligence as managers. It is about our intelligence as people. It is about our architecture of the information that is required to make the best decisions, whether you're making that decision for a company, whether you're a doctor making that decision on your patient, whether you're an academician or a researcher making that decision on an experiment that you're carrying out. It is a tool that enables you to enhance the quality of your decision making, the timeliness of your decision making, and therefore the productivity of your effort. However, I would request each of you, if you can lay your hands on it, read the latest issue of The Economist. It's got a whole section on artificial intelligence. And I was talking with, Dr. Modi and Swati and a couple of your other colleagues, saying that it was so timely because I read it page to page. And I'm going to share some of the facts that leapt out at me as far as AI is concerned. I think the first thing with any technology, and I want to remind all of us that it wasn't long ago that the world was so enamored by IoT, something that Mr. Munjal referred to in his address. So the Internet of Things was going to take care of everything for us. We would walk into our homes, the lights would come on, the music, your favorite music would start playing, your fridge would tell you what is required to be ordered, etc., etc., etc. It kind of came and it went away. Then, if you looked at the IT and the technology companies, they talked a lot about digitization. Everything was, if you look at results of Infosys, TCS, Cognizant Technologies, a company that I'm on the board of in the US, and therefore I know a little bit more about AI and what is going on in that world. Everybody talked about how much revenue came as digital revenue. And yet, if you asked people in each of these companies what was the definition of digital, it varied from company to company. Similarly, with AI, we use words like AI, Gen AI, artificial general intelligence, which is another word that is out there. And then there are other things that Microsoft has put out, like Copilot, etc., which work with you to help you enhance your productivity. All of these are great, but you have to know where and how the productivity needs to be enhanced, because otherwise, as some of us will remember, when the internet came and we could go online and discover many things about many subjects. I don't know about you, but I remember I used to be on the net for about an hour, meandering from one subject to another subject because it all sounded very interesting. So instead of enhancing my productivity, I actually ended up taking longer to do what I wanted to do, but I learned a lot of other things in the process. So the point is that leadership in AI, or the future of leadership in AI, depends on clarity around what is the vision for AI. If the whole, or what is the leadership that we are going to put into AI? Just because something is possible doesn't make it the best thing to do. How it is used, and this is true, you can look at nuclear energy and say, on the one hand, it's a great form of energy generation, and on the other hand, it is a tool that has caused so much devastation in the world. We've seen some recent events which have not been very happy, which have targeted people using, by the way, intelligence, using information that has been collected without your knowledge about you and about your whereabouts to do things which are not ethically or morally right. I'm talking about what happened a few days ago in the Middle East. Any of you who have Alexa in your homes, if you feel or if you believe that your privacy is protected, you need to think again, because Alexa is hearing everything. Alexa is hearing everything. Alexa is coding everything into its program. And therefore, Alexa is coming back to you with things that you want to hear about a trip that you're planning or anything else. I think the important thing to think about AI, as with any other tool, is what is the vision? What is it that we are attempting to do? What questions are we trying to answer? If AI has computational power that can, for example, improve an understanding of climate patterns in agriculture, an understanding of the quality of the soil and earth that is required, an understanding of when to sow, when to harvest, or an enhanced understanding of that, and it leads to increased productivity in agriculture, it is one thing. If, on the other hand, it is merely a question of, and again, we talked about this. Some of you may have received those images. There is something going around on WhatsApp where people have taken paintings, and it's doing the round saying this painting by Raja Ravi Verma brought to life using artificial intelligence. Now, it's not artificial intelligence. We've all grown up with cartoons and things like that. It is definitely technology, but is it artificial intelligence? I don't think so. So we need to be really careful about what we are calling artificial intelligence. If it is something which enables us to enhance computation and enables us to make better decisions because we've got more data points, we've got more analytical horsepower, we can do better with those decisions, it's great. If not, it can be a tool of great distraction and destruction. There is a moral dilemma associated with artificial intelligence as well. And that has to do with the ethics, and with the governance structure of artificial intelligence. Is there transparency? Do I know as an individual, do you know as an individual that your data is being collected to put into a computational program to benefit somebody else? Is there transparency? Is there accountability? Is there authenticity? Is there advanced knowledge of what it is that you will be sharing and how your data is going to be used to create enhancements in this technology that we're talking about? So I would like to leave you with a thought, which is that there have been many innovations in the past. When the steam engine came, in that context, it was a huge productivity enhancer. When we moved from big computers to personal computers, it was a huge productivity enhancer. Well, even the little calculator, before there were calculators, I remember my father came from a generation where mentally they could work out square roots, they could work out squares, they could do multiplications, divisions, additions of vast numbers, which actually was faster than working with a calculator. So we have, over a period of time, seen enhancements in technology. We've seen enhancements for those of you who are interested in music, for example. Uh, Many of you would not have been born then, but we've all seen photographs of the big gramophone record that had to be mechanically wounded to play music. Then Philips launched this wonderful big system with with spools, and you could actually record your music on those tapes. Then the little cassettes came. Then the Japanese invented the Walkman. Then we had the iPod, and now we listen to music on our cell phones. So I don't mean to undermine the excitement surrounding artificial intelligence. But I do want to put it in perspective for each of us to say that it's not the first new technology that is going to revolutionize our lives. It is part of a process or a spectrum which, with increasing technology, increasing computational speeds, is moving us along a path where something that was not possible earlier, or something that was earlier possible but would take a lot of time and effort to compute, can be done very, very quickly using the power of large language models, using the power of replication, using the power of computation. But if you don't know what you're looking for, then just more data points or more information points do not make any of us smarter. I think the architecture of decision making, the architecture of what it is that we are looking for in the reams and reams of data is as important as the ability of the model to generate a lot of information for us. There are going to be a huge number of issues associated with artificial intelligence. Who does that data belong to? Does that data belong to, the source that has written the algorithm, or the source that has collected the data? How is data going to be shared? A huge other question that is coming in the case of the ability of AI to become pervasive is the cost of AI. So again, if you read The Economist, GPT-4 took the energy that it would take to provide power to 50 American homes for a century. 51,800 and something megawatts of energy is what it took. They've also estimated that in 2023, 2% of the global energy has been used by data centers. And if you look at some of the cost estimates that have been given on the cost of maintaining these huge data centers, because let's remember one thing: at the core of it, what is artificial intelligence? It is just picking up things that exist, trying to find out a pattern, and teaching the machine to say, if you see this plus this plus this in this thing, it's more likely to be a dog and not a fish. And that is how the model recognizes that. The way to train the model is to use huge numbers of data points. Those huge number of data points come at a cost. So the estimates vary anywhere from 10 million to a billion to create new versions of what we are calling GPT, or what some of the big technology companies are going to, use their own nomenclature, etc., to create. So I don't want to be a dampener on the excitement of artificial intelligence. I think we all need to be realistic. We need to see it in perspective. We need to understand the advantages of it, and we need to understand where it will be most constructive and most useful. And above all, we need to recognize that there will be many unanswered questions in the process of getting there, which deal with ethics, which deal with governance, which deal with what is right and what is wrong, which deal with transparency, which deal with cost. And in the context of where we are today, with a large number of other concerns, whether it is climate change or wars that are being fought around the world, where is the world going to prioritize its resources? Now, the venture capitalists are very gung ho. The venture capitalists have already committed over $100 billion. BlackRock has announced a fund that's going to be another $60 billion to pursue the cause of artificial intelligence. On the one hand, it is great that the world has this kind of capital to invest in artificial intelligence. On the other hand, there will be questions which the same world will have to answer, which really have to say, should we use artificial intelligence to address the issue of climate change, or should we use artificial intelligence to do other things that are entertaining and make us feel good? I think those are the ethical dilemmas, and your generation, more than my generation, will have to deal with a lot of those questions and a lot of those priorities. So I wish you good exploration, good discoveries, and never to forget that any tool is only as good as the use you put it to. You can decide whether it is going to be constructive, productive, and positive, or whether it is going to be destructive and harmful, either to people or to our environment. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Okay, I see one hand go up there.
Firstly, thank you so much, ma'am, for these insights which you have given us about artificial intelligence. My question is, as MBA students, or rather, I say the future stakeholders of the big companies, how can we prepare ourselves for this AI revolution amid the growing skepticism around AI, like it's going to eat jobs in future, or what all questions we read these days in the news articles? How can we prepare ourselves for the same?
I wish there was an easy answer. The only way you can prepare yourself for anything, not just AI, is to be aware of what is happening around you, is to understand. As I love this quote from Marie Curie, the Nobel Prize winner, who said that nothing in life is to be feared, it only needs to be understood. So, whether you're an MBA student or an academician or a doctor or a scientist, it doesn't matter. I think what all of us have to do is to first try and understand what is it that we are saying when we talk about AI, and ask the many questions. It could be, if a simple or if a new algorithm is being called AI, then I don't think we are being fair to AI. Because algorithms have been there. As more and more data comes in, we improve the quality of the analysis, and we are also able to do some predictive analysis. There are enough statistical tools that have been available for a long time to be able to look at analysis of correlation, analysis of variance, and things like that. So that's not the point. I think the bigger point is, what is it that you're trying to achieve? And how does something that we are calling AI enable us to do a better job of answering that question? Because nobody is going to be able to master AI. I mean, even Sam Altman, who created it, and there are some wonderful YouTube interviews of him, of Yuval Harari, where they are talking about, the ethics and the morality of the potential of AI. And therefore, leadership in AI really means being very clear on the steps that are going to be taken so that decisions are responsible decisions, so that decisions are ethical decisions, so that decisions are transparent decisions. Okay, I can see a hand here. Actually, I can't see very well because this light is blinding.
Hello, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. I just wanted to ask that since the decisions are so technologically involved, that we are so dependent on the technology to take certain decisions, how is the human innovation and the technological innovation being balanced to make a great decision for any institution?
Well, technology of any kind, whether it is information technology, computational technology, chemistry, physics, if you're running a factory, there are so many things on which you're making decisions. So, with advancement of knowledge, decision making should actually become better, not worse. So the application of technology is not just an information technology. So let's say you are in the manufacturing plant of a car company or a two-wheeler company. There is so much of physics and chemistry and other things involved in that for the whole thing to come together. IT is not putting together that car or that motorcycle. IT is helping you to do a better job of pacing and doing the various activities that have to happen before that thing gets assembled. There is chemistry in making a biscuit. At what temperature should the biscuit be baked? How much moisture should be in the wheat flour? So there is food technology, there is chemical technologies, there is mechanics, there are so many things that have to come together before anything is really created. So, a holistic understanding of what is happening and what is the area of decision making that you are responsible for is the only way to make better decisions. So, it's about knowledge, it's about skills, it's about experience, and all of these other things enable you to do what you're doing better, but it doesn't change the decision making horizon for you. The decision making horizon is still the same. Okay, I see a hand there and one at the back. Maybe you should just stand up so the mic walas can see you. Okay, I can see a person at the back. I can see somebody here.
Should I start? Hello. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Aditya, first year MBA student. As we saw that Industry 5.0 talks about the collaboration between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. But what I also personally feel that they're not only collaborating, they are also competing with each other. And
Sorry, can you repeat that? They are?
also competing with each other, human intelligence and artificial, what I personally feel. And change is the only constant that I see in the forthcoming future. And one of the key factors that was discussed in the research is the human being's resistance to change. So, how, as a future manager, future leader, we can ensure that our workforce learns, unlearns, and relearns the technology as fast as possible?
So you've asked many questions in that one question. So let me try and address them one at a time. I think I heard you make the statement that human intelligence and artificial intelligence compete with each other. Actually, they don't. If they compete with each other, human intelligence is certainly not going to win. Human intelligence and artificial intelligence have to collaborate with each other. Artificial intelligence has to enhance human intelligence. It is human intelligence that is, it's a bit of a circular logic. It is human intelligence that has seen the capacity to create what we are calling artificial intelligence. But actually, it's not artificial intelligence. You remove the word artificial from it. There is nothing artificial about that intelligence because that intelligence is simply being created by feeding what is already there. If there is no information that exists about a subject, artificial intelligence is not capable of creating anything. So I'll give you a fun example of that. When ChatGPT was launched, I was invited by Microsoft for a demonstration on ChatGPT. And, very with a lot of pride, they showed me stuff that they had asked a question about myself and what ChatGPT had written, which was quite accurate, and a couple of other things. And then they said, why don't you ask ChatGPT a question and let's see what ChatGPT does? So my question to ChatGPT was, what is the poem that Tagore would have written about Julius Caesar? ChatGPT was foxed. It told me everything about Tagore. It told me everything about Julius Caesar, but it could not write a single line of poetry which Tagore may have written about Julius Caesar. What is the point I want to make through this example? The point is, if there is no material out there, there's very little artificial intelligence can do. Even though there is some path-breaking work coming out of IMD in Lausanne, and they've published some papers there, which say that another thing to watch out for is the propensity of ChatGPT to hallucinate. In other words, if that it cannot find from the environment data that is available, it will imagine something which doesn't exist and give it to you. Again, one of our morning conversations, one of your faculty members pointed out something exactly like that. And when it was checked with fact check, it was a made up version. So I think we have to be very clear and quite clever about creating these tools, because these tools should actually help us enhance what we can do and not come in the way. And the only way to do that is to actually feed in questions. Now, I don't know whether they've changed it, but ChatGPT had only verified data till 2021 in whatever is putting out there. If they've increased the time period recently, I wouldn't know. But they're still looking at the veracity of data till 2021 to give you essays that you might have asked ChatGPT to write. So there is a big process involved in creating what we are calling artificial intelligence. Firstly, which is not artificial because it deals with what is out there, and it simply takes all of that. In many ways, it's a much smarter Google engine. If I were to go to Google and say, tell me everything about the Second World War, it'll give me a list of books and papers and stuff written on the Second World War. If I go to ChatGPT and say, ChatGPT, write me a short and succinct essay on the Second World War, it will do what you and I would have done, which would be to have read those papers, made our notes, then write an essay. Let's not forget, I mean, I'm from that generation when I was a student in the US. We used to go to the library, look at books, check out books, read those books, make our notes. And that's how we wrote our essays. Then internet and subsequently Google made it much easier to search because it became a good search engine. ChatGPT is, Google on steroids when it comes to a search engine, because it's able to take everything that exists there and put it out there for you in a manner which is coherent. But if it doesn't find information, it has already indicated that it's capable of hallucinating and making up information that may or may not exist. That is the pitfall of technology that all of us need to be mindful of, aware of, and not get too carried away by. Okay, I see a hand there, and there's somebody standing at the back. You have a question? Yeah. So one at the back and one here is what I can see.
Good morning, ma'am. Myself, Ifra. So my question is, with AI becoming a common tool for every company, How can companies differentiate themselves in their use of AI to gain a competitive edge and stand out in the market?
Firstly, AI is not a tool for every company. I mean, there's very little use of AI. According to me, AI is still in its nascent and very embryonic stage. We are talking about it a lot, like we talked a lot about IoT. But and then again, I mean, I go back to what is it that we are calling AI? If we are saying anything that is capable of analyzing large numbers of data is what we are calling AI, then what you're saying is right. But that's not AI.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
I think was there somebody here? Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Mukundan. And my question to you is, as students, what kind of skills should we learn to effectively work alongside AI tools and machines in the future?
See, it's hard to say what specific skills you need to learn. I mean, it depends on what was your background before you came into an MBA, which I call, it's a general management degree. Your specialization is what you do before you come to an MBA. Are you an engineer? Are you a commerce graduate? Have you done computer science? Because actually, the skills that will be required going forward are a variety of very specific skills. So there are computational skills, there are engineering skills, both of which are very different. There are code writing skills. Now, some people are even saying that with AI, you don't have to write code. You can simply put in a question to, Chat GPT and say, write me a code for this, 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 and Chat GPT can write you a code. I don't know whether that's true or not, but all I know is that certainly in the IT companies, they are still hiring a lot of engineers, computational scientists, code writers, very, very specifically, because these are very unique skills. I think as generalists, we need to have a point of view on this plus a lot of other things. As generalists, we must have the ability to be able to sort through what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. As generalists, we must have the ethical standards to determine what is right for my company and what might not be right for my company. As generalists, we need to work with transparency and, as I said earlier, good governance practices. That is what you can do as a generalist. But if you want to go deep into technology, then you have to be a technologist. Then you can't be a generalist. You can't create the recipe of a new chocolate without understanding cocoa and food technology and emulsifiers and all of those things. Similarly, you can't become skilled at this stage unless you already have a background in one of those skills and you'd rather not be a generalist but be a specialist in one of those areas. Okay. I can't see any more hands. I can see one more there.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Asta Singh. Ma'am, can you tell us that are there any examples of industries which has led to artificial intelligence and human collaboration with some innovative and transformative changes? And what lessons we can take as students from those innovative transformations?
So you're using some very profound or big words, transformations. What is a transformation? Frankly, I don't know. I can see enhancements and improvements, but is there a way in which things have been totally transformed? Companies have transformed themselves from one business into another business, but that's not necessarily using artificial intelligence. Yes, there is huge use that people are already doing with with a large number of data sets. take something that all of us, I guess, in some form or manner engage with. So when you go on to Amazon and you order a book, what is the next prompt that Amazon gives you? Amazon says, people who ordered this book also ordered this. Okay. So how have they got to know this? They've taken all the data that they have on people who've ordered the book and they've correlated it with what are the books they order. Why is Amazon doing that? Because Amazon is trying to sell you another book. Or another example again from Amazon, you order and then it says, by the way, it's time for you to reorder your tea or your this or that. So Amazon is taking each individual's data because it is telling me what I have bought in the last few purchases. It's telling you what you have bought in the last few purchases. And it is constantly updating that and trying to sell you more. So there are many examples like this. Every time you go in an Uber, they know exactly your location. They know exactly how many times you've used an Uber and what is the time that you use Uber at, etc. So those are things that companies and businesses have been doing without us even noticing it. You could call it artificial intelligence because the foundational elements of what they are doing and what artificial intelligence is are exactly the same. They're collecting more and more data to understand your shopping habits better and better to enable them to sell you more and more products for their benefit and hopefully yours as well.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So, we may use big names like artificial intelligence and all that, but it's surrounding us. It is surrounding us. Everything now has a loyalty program. You fly an airline, they know exactly how many times you've flown, how many flights you've taken, etc., etc. You order on Swiggy or on Zomato, they know everything about your eating habits. So there is a fairly wide digital footprint that all of us are leaving there for companies to take and use. I wouldn't say exploit, but sometimes they exploit as well. But for companies to take and use to sell, to either sell us more and more products or to give us more information, or actually to also make life somewhat simpler. But, don't forget that with the advent of technology, as customers, we are doing more and more work. Earlier, if you needed to fly by air, you usually had a travel agent, and the travel agent did your booking and the ticket came to you. Now, you're the one who's sitting in front of the computer, looking at flights, comparing prices, doing all the work that somebody else did for you earlier. And, to some extent, you can say that's also the power of technology, where you feel you're more empowered, but actually you're doing more work, you're paying higher prices for tickets, and, the airlines are doing less work. AI is used big time in the aviation industry. I sit on the board of a company in Switzerland, which is called SATS, and they are the number one in cargo services around the world. They also do ground handling, they do aviation, food, and so on. And a lot of their work, um, when everybody was talking about digitization, people said, okay, this is the digital footprint. But how well the plane gets aligned when it lands, how quickly is food put on the plane, how quickly is the plane cleaned, etc., etc. A lot of that also uses technology and information to a large extent. So we are in the middle of it. And therefore, what we are suddenly calling AI is not something completely new and unforeseen. It's just going to, that famous Moore's law, which says that every 2 years, technology will double its capacity or increase its capacity by some n number of times. That's exactly what is happening. So today we have more computational power in our smartphone than that big IBM computer did. Okay. I see no more hands. Okay, I see one more hand. I don't know. You have to tell me how much time we have. Okay, last question.
Good morning, ma'am. My question is, do you think there is a possibility of a conflict or a fight or a war between humans and artificial intelligence in the future?
I don't know what that war would look like, frankly, but to some extent, there's already a war. In the sense, if you look at cybersecurity, if you look at what we read about in the newspapers every day, where somebody is using technology to trap you. There's this most recent case of the chairman of a very large company, who ended up losing 8 crores because he was trapped by these cyber criminals. And they recreate the Supreme Court for you, they recreate, the customs house for you in Bombay and so on. So it's not that it's going to happen, it's already here in the middle of I was reading some time ago, the newspapers in Bangalore had mentioned that in Bangalore city alone, people from January to July of this year had lost about, I'm now trying to remember the number, but it was a large number, something like 20 crores on these, on these cyber crimes where somebody would call you, ask you to press on a link that takes you to the bank, then they empty your account, and then by the time you realize what has happened, it's already too late. So that is happening. It's not going to happen. And that is why, we keep talking about the fact that no matter how many walls you create around your IT system, um, there is ransomware attacks, there are cybersecurity issues, there is pinpointed targeting that we have seen. There is, earlier, if somebody wanted to steal something from your house, at least they had to physically make an effort to get into your house. Now they just make a phone call to you, ask you to press on a link, and then they have you. So that war is real, if you want to think of it in those terms, because it's happening right now. Okay, thanks a lot. All the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your thought-provoking and engaging session. To honor Ms. Vinita Bali ma'am's valuable contribution to the Leadership Summit, we at BML Munjal proudly present a group of 50 trees planted in her name at Trees for Villagers in Fatehbad, Haryana. This initiative symbolizes our deep appreciation for impactful leadership while contributing to environmental sustainability. Now, moving ahead, it's one of the most anticipated moments of the summit. We are excited to present a groundbreaking piece of work that encapsulates the very heart of our discussions today. Our report, in Embracing Industry 5.0, Leading the AI Powered Organizations. I would request all the dignitaries, Ms. Sunita ma'am, Devinder sir, Jaskir ma'am, and Prashant sir to please come on the Sunit ma'am and Swati ma'am also. So sorry. To please come on the stage for the unveiling of the report. As we come to a close of this enriching inaugural session, I would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers for sharing their invaluable insights and expertise today. Firstly, a sincere thanks to Ms. Vinita Bali for her inspiring keynote address. Your thoughts on leadership, innovation, and AI have certainly set a strong visionary tone for our summit. Ms. Swati Munjal, ma'am, deans of various schools, esteemed faculties, and my dear friends. Our deepest appreciation also goes to Professor Pratik Modi, Dean of School of Management, for addressing today's gathering. We will now take a short break for tea. Please rejoin us at 11:45 for the plenary session. Students are requested to please be seated.
In the next 15 years, the motorcycle venture, Hero Honda, repeated the feat, and both pole positions are held firmly even today. Hero's story backs. In the partition-ravaged cities of Amritsar, Agra and Delhi, 4 of the 6 Munjal brothers, Dayanand, Satyanand, Brij Mohanlal and Om Prakash, built their business part by part. Armed with nothing but self-belief, the brothers began with trading and then manufacturing bicycle parts, which soon evolved into the production of bicycles. For post-independence India, the Hero bicycle gave wings to the aspirations of the common man. By 1986, 30 years after its inception, Hero Cycles became the largest bicycle maker in the world. In the next 15 years, the motorcycle venture, Hero Honda, repeated the feat, and both pole positions are held firmly even today. Hero's story is about humble beginnings, the refugee entrepreneurial spirit, hard work, and zeal.
trust you all had a refreshing tree break and ready for what promises to an enlightening session ahead. The discussions this morning have laid a strong foundation, and as now we proceed, we dive deeper into the fascinating world of Industry 5.0, the evolving relationship between human ingenuity and artificial intelligence. Now, just imagine 30 or 40 years down the line in your corporate journeys, after we have graduated and navigated the corporate world, we might find ourselves working in an office where a robot is sitting right next to us, brainstorming ideas, analyzing data, or even handling mundane tasks. This isn't a scene from any science fiction movie. It's a reality that Industry 5.0 is bringing to life. Humans and AI collaborate seamlessly to enhance productivity and creativity. Before we begin, let me share a quote by Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, who said, AI is the most important things humanity is working on. It's more profound than, I don't know, electricity or fire. This quote encapsulates the transformative power of AI, one that is reshaping industries, society, and what we approach problem solving in the modern world. This brings us to the plenary session 1, focused on human AI collaboration in Industry 5.0. Industry 5.0 is not just the integration of cutting edge technology, it's about how human creativity and intelligence work in tandem with AI to create more efficient, innovative, and resilient industries. This session will explore how AI can complement human capabilities rather than replace them, leading us towards a more collaborative and advanced future. Now, let me introduce our distinguished panel of speakers, each of whom brings a unique perspective on how human collaboration with AI is shaping the future. First, we have Mr. Nikhil Malhotra, Chief Innovation Officer, Tech Mahindra. Mr. Nikhil Malhotra is the visionary behind Makers Lab at Tech Mahindra, a unique space dedicated to innovation. With over 23 years of experience, Mr. Malhotra is a pioneer in AI and quantum computing research. As a World Economic Forum AI Fellow, he leads AI and quantum computing initiatives aimed at driving societal and business advancements. He has received multiple accolades for his leadership in innovation, including the prestigious Innovation Congress Award. Unfortunately, our next speaker, Mr. Devendra Sharma, is unable to join us due to some unforeseen and unavoidable health circumstances. We were eagerly looking forward to hear his insights and expertise, and we wish him a swift recovery. Though we will miss his presence, we are confident that his spirit of leadership and dedication continues to inspire us. Next, we have Ms. Nishu Jain, Executive Director, Data Analytics, PwC India. Ms. Nishu Jain has over 18 years of experience in data and analytics, specializing specializing in developing data strategies that drive business value. She leads a data strategy and data governance center of excellence at PwC India, a leader in the Women Data Professional APAC chapter for the EDM Council. Ms. Jain is deeply committed to promoting inclusivity within the data management community. Next, we have Mr. Venkatesh Raman Prasad, partner at J. Sagar Associate. Mr. Venkatesh Raman Prasad is a corporate law expert with over 20 years of experience as a partner at JSA, one of India's leading law firms. He specializes in mergers, acquisitions, and corporate governance. Extensive knowledge in navigating regulatory challenges has made him a trusted advisor to many leading companies across India. Now, I would like to introduce the moderator for this session, Dr. Jaskiran Arora, who will be guiding us through today's session. Dr. Arora is Professor and Dean of Education Quality at BML Munjal University with over 23 years of industry and academic experience. She has an extensive background in finance and education and is widely published in these areas. With such a diverse and experienced panel, we are all set for an enriching session ahead. I'm confident that the insights from these esteemed panel will provide us with a deeper understanding of the intersection between human potential and AI advancement in the context of Industry 5.0. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed speakers before we begin with plenary session 1, Human AI Collaboration in Industry 5.0. With that, I would like to hand over the stage to you, Jaskiran ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since morning, we had a lot of excitement, lot many questions, and I think the panel that we here have with innovation, data analytics, and legal, we could not have had a better combo to answer all the very interesting questions that you started asking since morning today. So we're all geared up to answer those questions, right? Right. Uh, So, to all the students here, Shreya very beautifully brought up that about 30 to 35 years from now, when you see artificial machine, robots working next to you, right? She started this exercise of visualization. Nikhil, are we 35 years away from having robots and artificial intelligence as our co-workers?
Hello. Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, perfect. All right. All right. So that's a good question to start off with. And thank you, Jaskiran, for doing this. I think I heard a lot of statements. Do we know artificial intelligence? Can we define? Can we have machine learning? Right? Let me give you my background. I started about 20 years back with IBM, and I was part of the team that built Watson. Everyone knows what Watson is. Okay, so we were fist pumping in the air when Watson defeated Jeopardy challenge. You know what Jeopardy challenge is? Jeopardy challenge is where a machine is given an answer. So typically humans win it. You give an answer, the machines respond back with a question. So it's like saying Rome. So the machine should come back, or the human responds, well, what's the capital of Egypt? So it was for the first time that a machine could defeat a human champion in terms of this language called artificial intelligence that we call it, right? So first of all, let me debunk the myth of AI. I think
So what we'll do is, Nikhil, here right now. So I hear you say that artificial machines are already our co-workers.
we'll take a decade.
Yeah, so it's not 30 years
decade.
away. It's not 35 years away, right? So all of us imagine your graduation. Imagine your first day in the job. Imagine next 10 to 15 years. मैं ज़्यादा बोल रही हूँ, but okay, I'll just let that pass. Okay, so 10 to 15 years of working in a company where you hear so much of hustle, bustle. You have your friends, colleagues, and everything is normal, right? And then you get this new job opportunity. Amazing. There's a great salary hike, and you kind of clear all this interview process. And on your day of joining, you go to this office space. The moment you step into the office, wow, it's an amazing building with very futuristic furniture, layout, and you hear it's a very silent space. Little amazed, you see here and there, you see some people working somewhere, and then there is this guy who approaches you, introduces himself as Karthik, right? And offers his hand and says, welcome, I'm Karthik, I'm your supervisor here. And when you shake back the hand, you feel that this Karthik, though he is normal looking, but he is not a human. He's a robot, right? And then Karthik takes you around, the office space, shows you the working area, so on and so forth. And then you get to know that if you are an HR guy, right, that you would essentially be working with humans and robots. If you are an ops guy, your job would essentially be seeing how do you allocate jobs between robots and humans. If you're a marketing guy, so on and so forth. So just visualize that in the context of your specialization. And you're there where the organization would be a mix of humans and robots, maybe more of robots, which maybe over the panel, my panelists would share. But at that moment, how would you feel? And there were some very beautiful questions that came up in the morning. Is it competition? Are yaar, this is relative grading. I'll be appraised against this robot. Vinita ma'am earlier said, intelligent, you cannot compete with them, right? Be that cognitive intelligence, be that mechanical intelligence, you cannot compete. So, how would you feel? And may I request for the audience poll question to be put up, please? The audience poll question to be put up, and I request all of you all to pull out your mobiles, and in about 30 seconds or 1 minute, you will have a question come up, a QR code to be scanned to respond to the question. Yes. So the question is, how do you feel about robots and you working together in a shared workspace? So request you to kindly scan this QR code. You can pick up 2 choices. That's interesting, guys. Yeah, so that is how we with by far curious and intrigued. How is this relationship going to go next? Seems to be leading the tally, eager and excited. And there are many of us who are feeling nervous, anxious, and threatened. And I think we could not have a better panel to maybe do change something about these emotions. So, Nikhil, now I come to you. So, earlier, when we started the discussion, the question was, how do we define AI? Are there some myths around AI? How is AI going to impact us? So, on to you.
Perfect. I was thinking how many of you would actually pick up threatened because
Enough us.
because I'm going to pick the guys who are threatened. When I'll tell you that AI will compete, and it's happening. Even if today you enter into our workplaces, you'll be working with an AI system. You would be working alongside with it. You would not have to code if you're a coder. You would not have to build PPTs and Excel sheets, which is taught to you by academia. All of this would be done by AI. All we need you to do is to understand the results coming out of the AI system. And that is important for you to understand the next 4 or 5 years of journey, right? So I think, just you asked me a question, what is artificial intelligence? The term has been coined. I think people who don't understand the terms will try and confuse you in terms of what is AI, what is machine learning, what is deep learning, what is going on over here. But the term was coined very simply in 1956 in Dartmouth Conference by Marvin Minsky, saying that any form of intelligence of human being, which is your 5 senses, if they can be relegated to a machine, it's going to be called artificial intelligence. Simple, very simple fact. Now, artificial intelligence has grown into 3 subfields. The first field is called machine learning. Machine learning as a field says that take patterns of data, as Ms. Vinita rightly pointed out, and give me the prediction. The second field is called deep learning, and deep learning is what you are seeing today. And we are in that phase. If you continue to be skeptical about AI, this world is not going to be for you, because it will enter each and every field, each and every portion. In fact, I was telling Santanil, I was talking to him. In my home, I've got 3 AI agents which are working. Okay. And I normally relegate all my travel tickets to those agents. You know what I tell them? I actually tell my agents saying, where do I have to go? I have to go from Pune to Rome. Find out a 7-day itinerary because I've got 2 kids, 10 and 6-year-old. I've got a wife who likes shopping. That's no different. That's pretty common in terms of what you do. But I also want to figure out hidden areas and gems in that city, which I want to find out. I've got 3 AI systems. One of them is an expert travel agent. And remember, these are not people. I'm talking about AI systems. An expert travel agent. One of them is a city planning guide, and the other one is a financial expert. These 3 work together on my command, coming back in less than 2 minutes about a 7-day itinerary, which is absolutely pin precise in terms of where I want to go, what link I should click and book my ticket, how much is going to be the budget cost, etc. And all my stuff is done. So I don't even have to write a single query, or I have to go to Kayak or whatever and Priceline and figure out what's going on, right? So that's the life of AI today. Similarly, in our companies today, like for example, Tech Mahindra, Cognizant, PwC, everybody, each and every developer is tagged with an AI system. We don't code. We tell AI to code. And we figure out whether the code is right or not. Right? So I think there was a question saying whether you can code or not. AI is helping us code. AI is helping us make PPTs. AI is helping us evaluate your Excel sheets and figuring out what is the finance clause or not. AI is also now going to help. In fact, the reason why I'm saying that AI will compete is very simple. If I give a human eye and I give you images, human eye has an error rate of about 3.7% of finding out whether the image is right or not. AI's error rate today is 2.7%. It's already beaten you, right? So the earlier we realize that there is a system that is already available with me to augment my life. Yes, I have emotional intelligence, and the system has cognitive intelligence, which can be much more faster. The better your life is going to be in the future. Otherwise, you're going to play with this skepticism all your life, saying AI का job तो नहीं खा जाएगा, AI से मेरा क्या भला होगा, अरे AI ने अभी तक किसका भला किया है, बड़ी एनर्जी कंज्यूम कर रहा है AI. All of that are being answered by scientists. And in due course of my discussion, I'll tell you how we are actually answering some of this. Bias to nahi aa gaya, ethics to nahi ho gaya khatam. I think if you go to Silicon Valley and figure out, there's a massive disruption coming your way in the next 4 or 5 years. So be ready for it. That's my answer.
Nishu, what do you think about AI? Should the students find a friend, find a competition, and very quickly, somebody earlier said if they were to find a friend in AI, if at all, or threat, I do not know, right? What are the skill sets that they should have to be able to interact and make more meaningful relationship and collaboration?
I think I totally agree with what Nikhil said. So I think the wave that we have today is the AI wave. Either ride it or the wave will ride you. So as simple as that. And answering to your question, ma'am, I think my pure answer is it's a friend. So I'll give you a very close example of what we are doing at PwC, and which is again kind of in tandem with what Nikhil mentioned. We are using it to create PPTs, to create kind of responses to the RFPs that we kind of get on an everyday basis. So we have a system called Chat PwC, which is very integral and proprietary system of PwC, where every day, starting from like let's say I don't want to spend too much time on drafting an email, I just give it a prompt and it drafts an email for me. And how in the world is that not a friendly thing for me? Because I can then dedicate my energy to something very meaningful, where I can actually kind of maybe spend that time on maybe managing my team better, figuring out what are the new kind of accelerators that I want to offer to my clients, rather than spending that energy on kind of doing something mundane and something which is not adding too much to the ultimate kind of outcome. So I think let's be outcome oriented, let's ride the wave, and let's treat it as our friend. That is what I would say.
All right, friend it is. So 2 votes already for AI being our friend. Venkatesh?
So, I come from the most conservative part of the industry, which is the legal industry. And I think the adoption of technology, and Nikhil will bear this out, is the worst in legal industry. And this is a worldwide phenomenon. However, last 5 years, personally, I have seen a tectonic shift thanks to the AI. People are putting a lot of money in trying to augment their systems, and some are leapfrogging. In fact, India, most of the Indian law firms will be leapfrogging their American peers and all. Why? Because we are suddenly going from 3.0 to 5, literally. Just think about that. And let me just, just bring it down. I don't want to just be, sort of black and white, whether it's a friend or a foe. I don't think it's that simple. It's not a binary sort of issue. The issue is a little bit more nuanced. As lawyers, what we do, you come to us when somebody has breached a contract. If it's let's say a criminal law arena, then somebody has done a crime, and then there is a whole chain of process which leads to someone either being sentenced or a contract being sort of if there's a breach, then civil penalties are levied and all. Now, having said so, think about a situation where if all the facts are processed by the cognitive AI, which is the large language models, which are currently they have started rolling out in large law firms, and we are also undertaking a pilot at this point in time as we are talking. Within minutes, you have assessment of the outcome of the facts. So where I see that human in the loop will not change, and humans in the loop is important as part of the adoption of the AI, because the issue of whether the contract has been breached or not ultimately has to be contextualized around the fact. I don't think we can put the machine at the end of the decision making process, and that, I think, if we follow that simple thumb rule, then I think it's a winner right down the path. The time for the processing of data, reaching assessments, reaching a review, can be, in fact, massively cut down. In fact, I would give you two instances of it. uh, the Chief Justice of India recently in a lecture said that we receive tons of papers which are part of the evidence. Just think about it. If the summary sheet for all those tons of evidence can be created within minutes or even within an hour, I would say, just enormous amount of time that the court will basically save, and justice will then get delivered. So I think the issue is fundamental. AI is real. Not recognizing that AI is just something of a hallucination is wrong. It hallucinates for sure. And I will give you example. And I think algorithms are going to work. The large language model, once it gets more sort of nuanced, much more sophisticated, that hallucination will come down. But humans in the loop is the most important aspect of this adoption process.
Great, thank you so much. Humans in the loop, right? That sounds great and very reflective. And I'll request all of you to keep thinking and revisiting this. Nikhil, so what are some examples of how human AI collaboration, right, has already made significant innovations in the industry? And how can industries ensure, and this is something that would be very useful for our MBA students here, how can industries ensure that humans and AI work in synergy and not in competition? So many of them would be starting middle level, senior level. So how to create that kind of ambience and workspace?
I think great question, just give me a show of hands who know Chat GPT today. सब, all of you. कोई ऐसा जिसको नहीं पता Chat GPT क्या है? If you're
निखिल, मेरे को पहले लीव एप्लीकेशंस आती थी, one line saying request, I'm unwell, request you to give me a leave. Now I get two paragraphs
of it. So all of this has been generated by Chat GPT, right? Brilliant.
figure out what is it they are wanting to say.
Okay, so Chat GPT everybody knows. Who knows Project Indus? देखा, हिंदुस्तानियों को हिंदुस्तान के बारे में कम नॉलेज होती है, लेकिन बाहर की भारी सारी नॉलेज होती है, right? And that's one of the things that you'll have to figure out when you actually join a firm in terms of how your country is actually achieving and making stride in doing this, right? So I'm not touting my own this thing. Project Indus is India's first large language model built by me and my team that was released last year in attempt to counter Sam Altman. Sam Altman was here last year when he said that India cannot make a large language model in under 10 million, 100 million. We heard some words. Guess the amount of price that I made it in? It was $400,000. $400,000 against $10 million. We did frugal innovation and we looked at one language called Hindi. But you know, Hindi is a peculiar language. Hindi is spoken in 37 plus different ways in India. If you look at India, India is a land of 24 mother tongues officially and 1645 dialects officially. But India speaks 19,200 dialects unofficially. That's why we say that in this country, if you travel 50 kilometers, the dialect suddenly shifts. And when the dialect shifts, what happens is the word shifts. And obviously, these generative AI systems work on word and word tokens, right? So, for example, a Rajasthani sitting in this room would say, "Pichle hafte maine picture dekhi." Typical language in Rajasthani would be, "Larla hafte maine ek film dekhi." Now, this Larla is no longer a word inside any dictionary, not even in chat GPTs. So if you put Larla over there, ChatGPT would go and confound itself, right? So this was my task. I actually made sure that Hindi and 37 plus dialects, and you can go and read onto the internet. Project Indus, Sarvam is another company that is working on top of it. So I and Raghavan, we typically exchange notes in terms of what we are doing and also other languages as well. Now, how did we make this language? Hindi tokens are very less. We have very few digital tokens in the country. We don't supply that language in a digital way. So I had to use human collaboration. So I had to actually send teams to the Hindi heartland, where my teams actually sat down with villagers with a tape recorder in hand. Bole, sir, kuch to boliye. तो बोले क्या बोले कुछ sentence बोलिए so that we can counter your language and put it in, which was a perfect example of a human machine kind of a collaboration in terms of what you are doing. Secondly, I'll give you an example in life sciences. All of you have gone through unholy times of COVID. You've all had 2 or 3 doses of vaccine. I think very few people know when vaccine was being developed, there was another initiative that was being done to build therapeutics. Therapeutics is like crocin and paracetamol that you take. And once you take it, it stays longer in the body system. I will sound very intelligent to you when I actually tell you, but this was at that point in time when me and my team were discovering these therapeutics. We had no clue what a virus was. We only knew software virus because we are software guys. So we had to take lessons what virus is, what bacteria is. But we found one interesting thing because of our things in language. We found that these viruses are very similar to amino acids, or they are a chain of amino acids, and amino acids have a language. So can we cut out this language? The first paper that went out of India was our paper and my lab's paper that said that this virus looks very similar to malarial protozoa. And you would have heard many doctors in the world, like Dr. Trump, telling you, please take hydroxychloroquine and the virus will go away, right? We were the first ones to tell, please don't take it, because hydroxychloroquine only reduces the pH level of the body and makes sure that you are okay for some time. And the moment you leave that, you'll again have the virus effect over there, right? We were also the first to tell the world that COVID is not a lung disorder. It's a vascular disorder. The system catches on the enzyme in your blood, the virus, and that is what causes the lungs to malfunction. It's not primarily a lung problem, right? And we were the only ones in the world in IT services and companies to find a therapeutic molecule that can attack the COVID virus. And we've been given numerous awards in terms of this, but it required AI. Obviously, looking at 8,000 FDA-based drugs, trying to maneuver through AI, which one would work and which one would not work. Giving that virus into petri dish. When all of you were sitting back at home, me and my lab was actually working 24/7 during the COVID times, because we were researching on some of these things that you feel very proud that we were working for humanity. And after that petri dish discussion or whatever we found those molecules, we even went and created a 3D printed human lung outside the human body to test those molecules as well. So one emerged victorious. That's another way where human machine collaboration is working out. If you're coming from a farming community, your parents would be using an app called Atmanirbhar Krishi. It's called Self-Reliant Farming, launched by Prime Minister Modi in 2021, which was made by my lab and then delivered to the 140 million farmers in the country. And this app today is the only app in the world which gives you soil health card. India के agriculture में एक problem है, and the problem is very acute. We have very small land holdings, whereas compared to US and some of the West, the land holdings are very large. There we had to sit with farmers, understand what farmers are going through, make sure that we catapult that into a system of algorithm, and then give back this result to the government saying, this is how you could do it. That's another example of human AI collaboration. All of you have seen Mangalyaan, right? The first Mars communication was handled by our team in Tech Mahindra. When the first light came from Mars, it was handled by Tech Mahindra from understanding where the light actually comes in. We required absolute human coordination because there were teams sitting in various corners of the world figuring out how the communication happens. So there are hundreds of examples I can tell you where human in the loop is important. But yes, a large part of augmentation is being done by AI systems across the world.
Thank you so very much. Thanks. And, and it's inspiring, right? All right, right. The spread from coronavirus to wow. Slightly crazy, but great. Right, Nishu. How do you leverage advanced analytics, right, and AI to drive innovation? And if you could share some examples in the context of how data has been used and what lessons can MBA students learn from that?
So I think before I go to that question, I think the classic example of everyday use of human AI collaboration I see at home is my mom using WhatsApp, and she just kind of speaks something and it translates it into a text and it gets sent. So, and trust me, I was not knowing this, and I think this was discovered more by my mom and my aunts during the COVID times, because that kind of that everyday meetings couldn't happen in person. So let's kind of make it as seamless as possible. So I think that's the easiest possible example that you can see every day. Now, coming to what ma'am asked me about more examples of how we see AI kind of being put to work. Like I gave one example of chat PwC. So there's another, like within our we have multiple kind of practices, and there is a finance practice. We have already developed like an AI system which helps draft at least the first draft for the kind of contracts that the finance team generates on an everyday basis. Again, something that helps kind of resolve a mundane kind of a job for them, and that kind of translates into some useful work being delivered somewhere else. Then we are mostly like a consulting company, so we do a lot of work for our clients. One very interesting piece of work that I would like to talk about is not recently, I would say almost a year back, our team actually, worked for one of the greatest oil providers of the country. And what they were doing is basically we kind of, took all the data from them. We collected that, okay, which are the different kind of, stations, petrol pumps that they have, what are the road conditions around that area, how many people are living in that area, are there any kind of other buildings around that area, maybe a school, maybe a hospital, so that they can plan like. And the problem statement was that actually they wanted us to create for them that where exactly they can plant more petrol pumps. So that's exactly which with the help of all this data that we input to the system, we are able to figure out like which is the next possible place where we should kind of put up the next petrol pump, how many more petrol pumps are there in the proximity, all these kind of parameters and variables taken into account and given that analysis with the help of AI. And of course, on once we developed that, and it was such a huge success with the client, with the help of that, then there was another global investment bank for which we actually kind of then repeated some of these aspects for where they should put up their next kind of ATM. So very very similar kind of thing, how you can kind of change the variables, make it like a new statement, create a new solution out of it. So these are very very typical kind of examples in the legal setup, and I'm sure sir would agree. Summarization, because with generative AI, I think that is the biggest use case that we see, which is being leveraged by the clients. How you can actually, for the lawyers or for the legal firms, how you can actually summarize a case and at least come up with some recommendations on, with the help of the text that is available, that, okay, this is the next kind of example to quote, or, these are the sections that could possibly employ in that specific situation. So these are very, very common use cases that have already been implemented, deployed, and are being worked in the different organizations, are being, different clients are making use of them. Now, I'll kind of, talk about how MBA students can leverage this. Like I said, either ride the wave or let the wave ride you. So I think it's the right time. You are at the right place. You are in that phase where you are learning. So not just kind of understand maybe data science or AI as a subject, where you are all kind of of course I think that's really good if you can actually be the developers, or if you understand right from the grassroots the mathematics or the statistics that goes behind the scenes. But at the same time, I think we as humans, I would not just say for the MBA students, but for everybody, we should be really good at how to use AI in our everyday work. How do we employ, how do we kind of leverage the technology, and then that is where we can kind of create the difference. You should not be somebody, because if I actually look at and no offenses to somebody who is put the answer that okay, they're threatened, or they feel kind of they are not very certain about the future of AI. But ultimately everybody is using it, so, and it's not going away. That's what I can tell you. So it's the sooner you can start leveraging the technology to your advantage and start making use of it, the better it would be, is what I would say. So I think keep the game up with in terms of the literacy aspect of it. Keep learning about the new and new use cases. And I think what is more important, because we are specifically addressing the MBA students over here, I think what's more important is that collaboration of the technical and the business acumen. So I think learn more and more about the business area that you are associated with, because that is how you would be able to understand the problems of that business area and then create the solutions for that respective area, which is very, very important. Because a lot of the times, and this is what we hear from a lot of the clients, I think because everybody just wants to kind of implement so many solutions and use cases, people come to us and they ask us that what are the use cases that I can implement in my industry, or what exactly I just want to kind of create some AI system which I can showcase to the management. But if at the end of it, it's not really solving the purpose of the management, and it's not giving you the due returns end of the day, I don't think it's worth it. So I think that aspect has to be kept in mind.
Wow. So I hope as a panel we've been able to convince you it's a friend that needs to be leveraged, right? Now I'll just flip the coin. I request all of you all to pull up your mobile, open ChatGPT, and ask it that there are how many letter R in the word strawberry. So please open ChatGPT, ask it there are how many letter R for rose, R in the word strawberry. Right. So you could do it. Happening, done, happening, done. Right. So how many of you got the response to be 2 hours in strawberry? Raise your hands. 2 hours in strawberry. Right. Thank you. Hands down. How many of us got the response? 3 hours in strawberry. Here you go. 50-50. Okay. Okay, so then there are systems. Thank you so very much. So some of us, we got the response to be 2 hours. As in, yeah, 2 hours, whereas we all know there are 3 hours in strawberry. So, Venkatesh, my question to you, who is the owner of AI, right? So, in this informative era, generative AI, who exactly is taking responsibility for AI outcomes?
Fantastic question, and I think that paves the way for a little, just enlarging the canvas of this discussion. And I'll just touch upon 2-3 points. What, as lawyers, we are and the policymakers are worried about, and I'm going to just give you some examples to it. And I think we are all for the positive aspects of the AI, which both Nikhil and Nishu mentioned. But additionally, think about a couple of other use case scenario. Now, at this point in time, there are multiple suits against some of these open AI platforms by the content creators. So David Baldacci, John Grisham, they have sued OpenAI for using their content without their approval and all. Now, what is happening also, please understand, if these large language models are taught a pattern based search, technically the output which will come, it will be very close to some of the language and the content that these writers have developed, which creates an IP issue. So there is an intellectual property right issue which has already gotten created, and we are seeing cases in US, in Europe, as we are talking about it. The second part of it is the hallucination, which I think Ms. Bali also touched about. A very interesting case happened in 2023 in US. So there is this criminal lawyer in New York who was defending, a suspect, and as part of his submissions to the court, he quoted a number of judgments in US, and then the court found out those judgments never existed, and in fact the system hallucinated and fabricated those judgments out of the blue, and the lawyer was hauled up and penalized. There was a third example I'll give you, the bias issue. So the first issue that I raised was the IP issue. The second issue that I raised was the hallucination leading to outcomes which actually are fabricated outcomes. Third is the bias issue. Every country data set has biases. I'll give you US and not India, because India can become very controversial when we debate about the biases. Let me give you the example of US. So the US police and most of the state police also, and the judiciary, they use this interesting tool called Compass to basically figure out whether whom to pick as a suspect. Now that data set is based on historical data of the suspects who are forming part of the data of the judicial system in US and all. So if a person is a history sheeter, he is likely to be more picked as a suspect than anybody else. Unfortunately, the black population in US have a higher history sheeting rate than the white population. And therefore, that bias in that data set, the historical data set, creates a biased outcome. And therefore, that impacts the human right part of a person as well. So this is the third issue, which the ethics part of it we are talking about, a lot in the AI. The fourth example I'm going to give you is the issue around the who exactly is taking a decision in an AI. As humans, we know if Nikhil has reached a conclusion, it is his point of view, his opinion. AI today is a black box, technically. How the output is getting generated, it is the work of algorithms which is playing in the back of the data, and you have an output in it. But who is the owner of that, who can claim responsibility to that, is absolutely, totally is a question mark, which raises liability issues. So as consultants, as lawyers, the biggest issue is that if this opinion is generated or if this viewpoint is generated by an AI, and I'm not disclosing to the client, let's say, that this is an AI output, am I disclaiming my liability or I'm taking my liability, additionally? So there's a huge debate there. Whose liability is it, anyways, of the output or the use cases that is going to be talked about, and hence the legislation around this AI piece has to be a global led. Now, today, what is happening in US? It's a federal, setup. US has come out. The US federal government has come out with 8 pillars of philosophical headline items that around which the AI law should be, enacted by the states. And the states are now coming out. All the states, 50 states in US, are coming out with their own legislation. Interesting pieces of legislation. California trying to protect what it should be protecting, which is Hollywood. Utah consumer cases. European Union in March of this, August of this year, came out with the most comprehensive AI regulations. And that regulation is a risk based regulation. What is a no-go zone? The prohibited use case, a high-risk zone, a medium risk zone, and a low-risk zone. And they have calibrated that where the human decision making is there. I gave you an example of judicial sentencing, or hiring somebody and taking a decision of hiring or firing. Those are use cases where human intervention will be required at some point in time. And there are low risk cases as well, and as I said, unless globally we combine these regulations, it can't be that there is an India regulation, there is a EU regulation, there's a US regulation, and AI can emanate from anywhere. I can give PwC just as an example of what Tishu was giving. PwC US can do the case summary for Indian lawyers. Who's going to take the liability for that, by the way? Whose legislation will be driving the outcomes and the performances? So I think we need to step back globally. Whosoever is taking the initiative, India is at the forefront of it now. And I think at the UN level, perhaps, just like we have a civil aviation charter, we don't have a separate we don't have a separate rule as to how the aircrafts are going to fly from point A to point B. These are all ICAO charters. We need to come up with a charter which is an AI charter, which globally, in a way, sensibly regulates it. And I think it's a roundabout way of answering your question. Today, there is no ownership tag to the output of AI unless it's a private LLM and proprietary LLM. So that's the nuts and bolts at the moment.
Right, right. That's interesting. And just to kind of add on to that story that Venkatesh was just sharing. So, guys, to all of you all, we were expecting a guest in the university. I opened ChatGPT and requested it to share some stories from the life of this guest, right? I thought that would be a beautiful way to connect with the guest. And lo and behold, I kind of get a very beautiful narration of how in the office space he rose from entry level job to senior level and his work style. I was very excited, got a very beautiful story. But then I said, hey, wait. And I asked ChatGPT, what is the source of this story? I mean, normally after looking at the story, I was very excited, right? Right from the childhood and his parenting style and blah, blah, blah. And the moment I told ChatGPT, give me the source of the story, it responded back saying it's a fictitious story. And that I think very well validates, Venkatesh, what you said. Where the buck stops, that's very important. And at least in these uncertain times around regulations, the buck would always stop with the human or the proprietary softwares. I do not know. Right? So what does that mean? What are the skill sets that you require to use leverage AI? To my mind, one of the most important skill set, and which has been very beautifully shared by our panelists, is your ability, knack, foresight to venture into newer terrains. Right? AI would not have Intel there, but would have the data support there. Right? We all need to be working on our creativity skills. And I think Nikhil know better than you to talk about creativity per se. So, what specific technologies or AI powered tools are emerging as game changers for fostering creativity and innovation?
All right, we need more AI here. So, to get these, no, but I think coming back to the point, I think before I answer that question, whoever can explain to me why Strawberry did whatever it did has a free pass to my team. I will onboard him, and that's the reason. If you can explain why something happened, but that's the first skill. Why AI responded in this fashion? You are, at least for the first part, you've cleared it. You don't need to code. You don't need to understand the nitty gritty. But why did some people get Strawberry as 2 hours? And why did somebody get 3 hours? If you can give me the answer, there's a direct position in my team. Those are the kind of guys that we take, right? So who understand, who go deep into it. Okay, so I think Venkatesh really summed up in terms of how the legalities are. There's a large body of work that we do behind the scenes to come up with legalities. But for people who are joining us, we need only two things to happen. Number one, you should be passionate about it. Right? Don't be skeptical in terms of what technology would, because it's going to be part and parcel of your life. You are going to be more passionate. If you're passionate, you will be able to embrace technology faster rather than staying away from it, saying, मैं तो कभी Twitter पे जाता ही नहीं हूँ. I've seen younger generation also. Sir, Twitter पे जाके क्या करना है? वहां पे कुछ होता तो है नहीं, लोग इतना करते हैं. But the only reason for you being on Twitter is also to follow certain people, also to see how the cultural shift is happening, also to figure out, you need not participate, but at least be there on the Twitter and the social media channels as well. I think the second thing which is very important is courage. And the reason why I want to define courage and passion differently is because I will define courage in different ways. The C means collaboration. If you can collaborate with people around you, right? COVID molecule would have not happened if I knew only AI and I didn't have a doctor on board, right? I didn't have legality on board. What is going on? So you need to collaborate. The O means that you need to objectify. What is the real answer that you're looking towards, and you drive towards it? But I think Anshu also said, find out the end use case which you're going to go, right? Don't worry about whether AI is going to reach there or any other technology is going to reach there, but my end result needs to be there. And I need to clear that off in my head. The you in the courage is actually you. You are the guys who will make it, right? So you can't expect anybody else to make it. And that's where the human in the loop comes in. They say, okay, AI will give me the answer, but I am more than capable enough to understand and validate what the answer from AI is. And that is why you are the maker. The R is rewiring your psyche completely. You know, there are two organs which actually make you, which is the heart and the brain. The heart continues to pump blood 24/7, but it's this one that needs a lot of rewiring. ऐसा हो सकता है, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है. You know, sort of those questions. A is very important, and I actually precluded in my team. Ask stupid questions every day. Please do not worry about people around you saying that you are so stupid that you can't ask a question. Or this is a very stupid question. ये तो सबको पता है. क्या पूछ रहा है बकवास? फिर से वही पूछ रहा है. But please do keep on asking stupid questions every day, because there's a very interesting phenomena that when you start asking these questions, you start clearing not just your own head. You start clearing the guy who's actually explaining to you, guy or person who's actually explaining to you. G means goals. If you want to land on Mars, think about Jupiter. Please don't only take your goals to Mars. If you take your goal to Mars, you're going to land up in moon, right? That's typically how the probabilistic way of life really works in. And E is empathy. अब अभी आप जैसे ही कंपनी में जाओगे ना, आपको सबसे पहला काम होगा, please empathize with your customers. Please empathize with who are you doing to. We treat it in a slightly different way. We say empathize with yourself first. Because in this world where you are entering into with AI and technology, you would be the most needed to tell yourself, how do I get out of potholes of despair? Because you would not be able to understand technology. You would be trying to do something which is very different. So that E is very important to empathize with yourself. So if you have these characteristics built in, well, that's what companies really need. Technology will explain to you in hundreds of domains and ways in how you want to learn. That is our job to actually train you. But if you can carry passion and courage with you, the doors are open for you for any company.
Wow, that was quite an acronym. Thank you. Wait, Nikhil, my chat GPT is 4 paid latest versions. It still gave me wrong spellings. Yeah. Huh? Yes.
I think I'll just explain you very limited way what happens. Chat GPT and whatever LLMs that we built, right? They don't take words as words.
It doesn't.
They don't take words as words. So there are no words inside the system. They are called tokens. Tokens are called subwords. So strawberry as a word will be divided into STRAW if it has seen straw before, and BERRY, or even if it's not seen BERRY, it will be B plus E plus R plus R plus Y. Now the word is not considered as whole, because we have to make sure that the machine uses lesser amount of memory to do this as a result. So it doesn't know, and it doesn't have a reasoning whether it is R in the word strawberry or it's in the subword token that is strawberry. So sometimes it hallucinates and says 3, sometimes it hallucinates and says 2, but giving the right prompt, you can get the right answer. Right? So that's what the tech is all about. But if somebody can explain me this, then you know what the tech is doing. And we have ways and means, right? Hallucination is a big part of problem of AI. We've solved it. And if somebody wants to see it, we can actually tell you how we have solved it. There's an alternative mechanism called RAG, which is called Retrieval Augmented Generator. If you guys can type it down, all enterprise-based systems are now going through RAG. So we know that the hallucination will not happen. It is your data, your happening. And like Venkatesh said, make private LLMs. Make smaller private LLMs, private systems, which have a control over your own data so that they don't hallucinate from outside. That's another way. Algorithms are completely shifting. I heard somebody said, no, algorithms 60 साल पुराने हैं. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. Algorithms सारे shift हो रहे हैं. All of them are massively shifting. And some of them are even becoming closer to your brain as well, which we also call neuroscience inspired AI algorithms, which is exactly how your human brain thinks. So my provisioning to you is in the next 5 years to 10 years, you will have super AI. Please mind it. It will be better than you in cognition. All you can counter is your emotional facet. If you can emotionally touch base with a human being together, then you are done. But if you try and compete it cognitively, you lost it. You will lose it.
Right. So emotional intelligence, being able to prompt the right are cues we really need to be mindful of. Nishu, I'm mindful of the fact that we're running slightly behind schedule, and we also would love to have audience answer to take up some questions. So, what measures do you implement to balance the need for data democratization and data privacy, security, regulatory practice?
So I think I'll give an analogy. Oftentimes when we have, not oftentimes actually, the brakes in the car, I think people perceive them as, slowing them down. They're actually help you accelerate. So I think what we talk about when we talk about privacy and security, it's not actually restricting your data democratization. Or let me start by explaining what is data democratization. So it is basically having the right data with the right set of people at the right point of time, where we are making it more and more accessible for the right set of people to have that data available for them to perform different kind of operations that they should be performing under the remit of their specific roles, right? So that's exactly what data democratization is. So how do we now some people may perceive it just coming from that analogy of breaks, that okay, if I start employing data privacy, it's if I'm giving data to everybody, then it's hampering my privacy or the security of the data. But no, you have to have those guardrails running in parallel with your data democratization, which means that you actually put those things in place so that actually your data democratization or giving that data to the right set of people works wonderfully well for them, which means that you have the right policies or the processes being put in place when you are creating your platforms which are distributing that data to the people. There is role based access management which is happening. So let's say if in my organization a team is let's say a sales team, then with the help of the data that they have at hand, I would just want them to look at the sales forecast. But in the process, I don't want them to look at the customer data or the personal data of the customer. This is exactly how you really segregate your data. What is personal identifiable information for me? What is the sales data for me? And then the right set of data should be given to them, and the rest of the data should be either anonymized or masked to make it possible that the people are still able to work with them, but at the same time they are not exploiting it. So that's the compliance that we need to keep in mind, not just from a data security privacy point of view. There are so many regulations and regulatory aspects, and the non compliance can lead to heavy fines. We have to keep that in mind, and yet we have to make that data available to everyone. And if I actually talk about what we see today is actually the larger version of data democratization, AI democratization. Now when you have like a chat GPT, you are actually democratizing AI, nothing more. Earlier I think there was specific use cases which people were executing, of course to a lesser level, but with the advent of this increase in the level of AI usage and the algorithms that we have at hand, the LLMs we have massively kind of increased the level to which we are using AI, but at the same time everybody is able to use AI now in their hands on an everyday basis. So that's exactly what I would say, that if you just need to have the right kind of guardrails in place, and that's exactly how you can run your data democratization in parallel, and it has to actually go hand in hand with the data privacy and security. We can't compromise on that. That's exactly what I would say.
Great. So sensitivity
Yes.
and carefulness around that. Absolutely.
So I think
Last.
what really matters is that even as I kind of go back to the question that was asked. I think another very important thing is that along with learning the new things, we have to be responsible towards using them. So that responsible use of the AI is something that should happen right from the beginning, and we should be careful that we are not exploiting the technology, rather making it kind of work to the best of my advantage, and in the process making everybody successful.
Great. Responsibility, ethical issues around it, bang on. And I think that very beautifully, Venkatesh, brings us to the last question. Regulations, regulatory environment is always catching up on technology, right? And ethical issues around it. So in terms of legal framework, how we placed here and
So India does not have a comprehensive AI regulations, but there is an Information Technology Act, and then you have the Ministry of Electronics and IT, which comes out with directives. It has directives, and it has, in fact, it has been back and forth. March of this year, one directive issued, which was basically on the lines of approval directive, that anytime you set up a AI system, you have to take approval from the MIT. But then they took back that directive, and it has now become a self-regulated sort of a process as of today. For any cyber related attacks, concerted attacks, there is a certain regulation in play, which the MIT is basically coordinates with the companies and institutions as well. But as I said, we also have legislative action which is going to take place in terms of a holistic data protection regulations. One set of regulation is already been legislated, but is not yet come in force. And we, once the data sets are there, those regulations are there, a comprehensive regulation is there, then perhaps we can deal with it better. Right now, India is dealing in a very piecemeal way, So there is an Information Technology Act, there is a set of directives with MIT, then there is penal code which comes into play for any sort of criminal offense. So that's pretty much the domain right now, But I think in the next year or so, you will see a lot of legislative action, because India actually is one of the few countries which is taking number of legislative measures in the AI domain, not necessarily AI, but overall IT domain, So yeah, that's where we are.
chapters are opening, and great.
It's a catch up being played, actually.
Right. Thank you so very much. And maybe before I formally close the panel, would be happy to take up 5 questions from the audience. Could somebody get your mic?
Good afternoon. I'm Praneeth, and here. Yeah, I have a question. How do companies of these AI make sure?
So just introduce yourself. Say who do you want to target this question to, and then say the question.
I guess my question would be open to the panel. Anyone interested can answer. But how do we make sure that the companies, let's say GPT or Gemini or any other company, make sure that the bias is reduced, and also is this bias intentional or accidental? For example, let's go on GPT and type who is a bigger genocide, Hitler or Winston Churchill. It will always say Hitler, because that's the way the text has been written in the historic terms. And of course, these big companies have been built by the Western world, and they never want Winston Churchill to be, yeah.
Right, I get the question. Tell me something. What's your name? Sorry.
Praneeth.
और कितने bias carry करता तू अपने साथ? So we human beings are a very unique species. We carry biases ourselves, but when another system tries to become heavier on top of us, इसका bias बंद कर दो पहले. ये बहुत ही biased है यार. बस ऐसा है You will never be, and please keep it in writing. 5 years down the line, please meet me. You will never be able to clear off biases in AI. You can only control them to a certain degree because you are the ones who have created data who are biased. India is the most biased country at this point in time. And you can see it around yourself. And you want AI to be non-biased? And then you're talking about the Western world. Everyone, if it's a human being, there has to be some biases brought about in our life through our raising. It's quite normal, yeah. I have seen a part of my life work with my parents. I don't like to believe what she is going to do for her, right? Her ethics may be very different. My ethics may be very different. So there's no consortium on ethics. And that's why India is playing the right game. India is trying to say that we are not categorizing what you should and should not do around AI. We are opening up terminologies to ensure that you do a fair judgment. So we are not putting you hunker down saying aisa hi hoga. And the moment you do that, you will do two problems. A, you will increase the biases in the system. B, you will scuttle out all innovation that is going to happen. So please understand this question of biasing. We try and solve it in certain ways for our customers. From an open source system, you cannot control bias. You cannot. And you will find it all across the world. You take a chat GPT, you will talk to my Indus, you will actually take a Mistral, you will take a Llama. There are biased opinions available. We have done certain things to remove the biases, but you won't be able to cut out the entire biases. That's humanly impossible and machine-wise impossible as well. What we can do definitely is, if I have to make it for you, for example, I would ensure that your data is not. Can I talk to you? Can I understand your ethical requirements? Please understand that your ethical requirements, I'll try and put it into the system and I'll not make it biased. But otherwise, removing bias will never be possible. But that's a written statement from me. Come and meet me after 5 years. You will still find this discussion being happening. Boss, bias bahut aata hai, ethics nahi aati. When I collected Indus data, I had 12 different types of biases in ethics. Violence, that comes in your news items. Disability bias. Hindustan में disability bias नहीं है, बहुत है. Color bias, bias against women, right? कहां से कम करोगे bias? कितना डेटा कैंसिल करोगे? ये आप ही ने बनाया है और आप AI को बोल रहे हो कि bias निकाल दे.
And I think that is where
Right.
the human, the judgment, your evaluation becomes very critical. Right, great. Yeah, we have a hand there. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, sir, you already have the mic. Go ahead.
So, morning, sir. My name is Ishu Saxena. Sir, I have a question for Nikhil, sir.
Sorry, just raise your hand. Okay, there you are.
I have a question for Nikhil, sir. So, I've seen a web series called Westworld a few years back, and there was a concept called consciousness.
Yeah.
So, sir, are we close near where we can creating a AI with a human consciousness?
Another 100 years, but we would be. Another 100 years,
So
but
what-
we would be able to.
Sir, will be there any limitations or ethical concerns regarding that?
It would be. I think with every grow of technology, there are ethical concerns as well. I think, for example, people made nuclear weapons, there were concerns on ethics as well. Some people use it for good ways, some people use it for bad ways. There's always a switch that you have to trigger, and there are always going to be bad actors in the field. AI will also have its own bad actors. I think from our perspective, what we are discussing in the panel is judgment is yours in terms of how you want to use AI. You would not be able to control the onslaught of AI. So there are 4 things which are happening in the AI world. If all of you can probably jot it down. Number 1, LLMs are increasing and they will increase. You will have LLMs of every kind, right? But LLMs will take a format of sovereign LLM. So what is sovereignty? We have built one with Indonesia. We are actually doing with our partners where it's an LLM on Bahasa language itself, which actually takes care of biases within the Indonesian language. But if you ask him about an Indian culture and ethics, we won't be able to answer you, right? So LLMs are going to grow. Agentic workflows are going to come up. So like I explained to you, 3 agents working for me, right? All of your work would be done by agents, right? So number 2. Number 3, new algorithms to bring it closer to a sustainable format of AI will start happening, and they're already happening. Why? AI is the most unsustainable form of technology. It uses large amount of compute and carbon. We all know that story. But can we actually bring that technology to a point where it reduces the amount of carbon and compute? So there are hundreds of research happening over there. My team is also doing it. It's about looking at the human brain, which only uses 40 watts as compared to AI, which uses 40,000 watts in the system, and bringing it both together so that we use less compute and less carbon. That's the third. The fourth, physical form of AI will come up live in front of you. Like just Kiran said, right? You may be shaking hands with a surrogate robot. One day when you come into the system and you won't be able to realize that he's a surrogate robot unless you shake your hands. It will take a decade or so to actually do that. And sixth, is there a growth away from AI? Yes, there is. And there's a technology called quantum computing coming in. You have all heard about it. Green offshoots have already started happening. It's the most reversible form of technology. When these two technologies combine together, there is a crossroad of quantum and AI. There is a crossroad of consciousness. We consider, if you ask physicists like me, we will say consciousness was, hey, there is a metaphysical form, but I can explain it to the quantum world much more better. That is the point where consciousness will start evolving. And there is already a book written by somebody which says that quantum consciousness will evolve in the next 50 to 100 years, where we will have machines which are more conscious than us.
Thank you very much.
Even conscious more.
Thank you very much.
Wow. I guess we are actually ran out of time. So if I may just request the panel to stay back for any additional questions. But to kind of quickly compute, I think we are at very, very exciting times. There are things which are evolving, there are things which have happened, and we are in this beautiful journey. And what antennas we need to keep up is our emotional intelligence, our passion, and the courage to venture into it, and most of all be open and excited and inquisitive about learning more, getting into that. I agree. Thank you so very much. This is an excellent
Thank you to our incredible panel of speakers for sharing such deep insights and thought provoking perspectives on AI and how human collaboration will shape the future of industries. Ideas explored today highlight the endless possibilities that lie ahead when technology and human creativity come together. Before we move forward, I would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to esteemed speakers and moderator. I invite Dr. Jolly to kindly come forward and present token of appreciation to each of our panelists and Dr. Jaskiran Arora for her invaluable contributions to this session. Thank you, everyone. As we wrap up this session, it's time to take a break for lunch. We will reconvene after lunch. I request all the guests to proceed toward E2 cafeteria, and students are requested to please be seated and proceed towards the mess area later. And please be on time by 1:45 p.m. sharp. An exciting and thought-provoking session awaits you this afternoon. See you all soon.
The bylanes of Himalaya and the rugged landscapes of Quetta, they escaped to India with little more than the shirts on their backs. In the partition-ravaged cities of Amritsar, Agra and Delhi, 4 of the 6 Munjal brothers, Dayanand, Satyanand, Brij Mohanlal and Om Prakash, built their business part by part. Armed with nothing but self-belief, the brothers began with trading and then manufacturing bicycle parts, which soon evolved into the production of bicycles. For post-independence India, the hero bicycle gave wings to the aspirations of the common man. By 1986, 30 years after its inception, Hero Cycles became the largest bicycle maker in the world. In the next 15 years, the motorcycle venture, Hero Honda, repeated the feat, and both pole positions are held firmly even today. Hero's story is about humble beginnings, the refugee entrepreneurial spirit, hard work, and zeal. It looks at how 4 brothers with little formal education created a world-class enterprise. This is the incredible tale of a principle-driven organization that created exceptional value for a society that desperately needed transportation. How did 4 brothers with distinct personalities work like a cohesive unit and build a manufacturing behemoth? How did they synchronize their strengths? How did they resolve their differences, if any? The story goes deep inside the family spirit, the parivar, that brought together employees, customers, channel partners, suppliers, and local communities to create success, welfare, and well-being for millions. This is the making of Hero. 4 brothers, 2 wheels, and a revolution that shaped India. Bylanes of Himalaya and the rugged landscapes of Quetta, they escaped to India with little more than the shirts on their backs. In the partition-ravaged cities of Amritsar, Agra and Delhi, 4 of the 6 Munjal brothers, Dayanand, Satyanand, Brij Mohanlal and Om Prakash, built their business by part. Armed with nothing but self-belief, the brothers began with trading and then manufacturing bicycle parts, which soon evolved into the production of bicycles. For post-independence India, the hero bicycle gave wings to the aspirations of the common man. By 1986, 30 years after its inception, Hero Cycles became the largest bicycle maker in the world. In the next 15 years, the motorcycle venture, Hero Honda, repeated the feat, and both pole positions are held firmly even today. Hero's story is about humble beginnings, the refugee entrepreneurial spirit, hard work, and zeal.
Marvel Minsky, a pioneer in the field of AI, rightly said, artificial intelligence is the science of making machines do things that would require intelligence if done by men. Imagine a world where machines not only understand a language but also anticipate our needs. A world where artificial intelligence empowers us to solve complex problems and create a better future. This is the reality of Industry 5.0, an ideal shift driven by the convergence of human creativity and advanced technologies like AI. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shreya, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the BML Munjal University's 5th Leadership Summit. As we gather here today, we are privileged to witness the dawn of this new era. Esteemed panelists, dearest guests, respectable members of the faculty, and all my dear students, it's an honor to have you join us. Today, we are not just discussing technology, we are discussing the future of work, innovation, and human potential.
AI is no longer a distant concept. It's reshaping industries, transforming societies, and challenging us to rethink what's possible. To dwell deeper into this transformative landscape, I'm honored to introduce our esteemed panel of experts. Their insights and experiences will provide invaluable perspectives on the opportunities and challenges present by the AI-driven innovations. First, allow me to introduce Mr. Nilanjan Chakrabarti, General Manager of Research and Development at Hitachi. With over 35 years of experience and more than a decade specializing in artificial intelligence and machine learning, Mr. Chakrabarti is a trailblazer in the AI space. At Hitachi India, he leads AI R&D initiatives using advanced techniques like deep learning and generative AI to drive innovative applications such as fault-free analysis for industrial equipment. Before Hitachi, Mr. Chakrabarti led leadership roles at IBM, where he spearheaded global AI projects focused on cognitive digitalization in banking and manufacturing. We are excited to hear from him today. Joining us next, we have Mr. Saurav Bhek, founder and CEO of Tagbin and Stylen, a graduate of IIT Roorkee. Mr. Bhek is known for his visionary leadership in the tech experiential space. With over 13 years of experience, he has driven his companies to the forefront of disruptive technology. Mr. Bhek's commitment into innovation and his ability to take calculated risks have transformed his ventures into leading tech innovators. He excels in fostering teamwork and cross-functional collaboration, encouraging his team to think beyond boundaries to deliver exceptional results. Our third esteemed speaker, Mr. Nitin Kalra, founder and CEO of Blue Parrot Ventures. Mr. Kalra has extensive experience in managing operations for international firms and specializes in data science, AI, and consulting services. His leadership has been instrumental in transitioning major processes from US to India, including legal process outsourcing and finance process outsourcing. At Oracle, he led institutional sales across North America, and later, as a leader at ALQIMI, he built a global resource center for data analytics, AI, and ML operations in India, securing high profitable clients. Finally, we are privileged to have our moderator today, Professor Devinder Singh, Professor and CEO of ACIC BMU Foundation and Incubation Head at BML Munjal University. Professor Singh's deep understanding of AI potential to drive positive societal impacts aligns perfectly with the theme of this summit. Given the remarkable expertise of our panelists, I am confident we will gain profound insights into the transformative impact of AI. Over to you, Devendra, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. How many of you had a great lunch today? Everybody. So that makes our task a little difficult. We have to keep you awake. But anyway, thank you so much for joining us here for the 5th edition of the Leadership Summit. I thank Nilanjan, Saurabh, and Nitin to join us for this plenary session. You know, innovation and disruption are pretty close to each other. If the innovation goes to a level where it disrupts the existing businesses, which leads to change of the context, change of the way the solutions being provided, it leads to a certain amount of destruction of the existing businesses and then start of the new businesses. In past, most of these disruptions were slow paced. But with AI coming in, suddenly the pace seems to have gone up. And that's what is making a lot of people uncomfortable, especially the existing businesses. And they are also wanting to know whether they would get disrupted or not. Okay. Innovation has been part of the business, but disruptive innovation is something which a lot of people are fearing. And with the startups, especially becoming more strong, more agile, and having a larger capability to disrupt, they are also posing a threat to existing businesses. So today in this plenary session, we will be discussing how AI is impacting innovation, especially the disruptive innovation. What can be done by the existing businesses as well as by the startups. So we are actually privileged to have with us three very different people, but all three of them have a strong track record of being in innovation and currently working very actively with AI. So thank you, Nilanjan, Saurabh, and Nitin for joining us here. Let me begin by requesting each one of you to share a use case where you've seen AI leading to an innovation or disruption, and pick up a case which normally most of us may not be aware of. And we can then kind of try to see, okay, yeah, things can happen this way through AI. Nilanjan, can I request you to go first?
Sure. So good afternoon to all of you, first of all, and thank you for hosting me. It's wonderful. One of my passions is wildlife, so I'll take up a wildlife case. I start with a small story that there is a species called whale sharks. Whale sharks were found off the coast of Gujarat, and the fishermen started, killing them for various reasons. One is, of course, the flesh, the oil, and gradually it became a endangered species. So then there was a lot of talk from the Indian government after it was declared as endangered, and from the rest of the world also, that we need to do something to save this species. And what do? It starts with counting how many do we have, and how do you think whales and sharks can be counted? So today, if you go onto a website, it's called whaleshark.org, and it's from a company that is called Wild Me. Wild Me. They scan through the entire internet and they try to find out where people have posted any pictures of a whale shark. And whale sharks have a very specific nature that the spots that they have, like every leopard or our fingerprints, the spots are very specific to an individual whale shark. So they gather all the videos of all the sightings and all, and they video analyze through AI, of course, and find out, is this the same whale shark? So they name the whale sharks as H219, H209, and things like that. And then automatically a bot asks the question on the social website, where did you spot this? And so the person who has actually spotted, he or she will say, off this coast in Spain. So that is how these people are collecting data of how many whale sharks are there and what is their current condition from all these video feeds. I just thought it is a curious use case which I could share, and these kind of use cases are actually gradually increasing now. Hitachi particularly is doing a lot on biodiversity. So there are cameras and there are microphones placed in the forests, If you're setting up a new factory, you're always concerned, are you disturbing the ecosystem? Are you disturbing the animals and the birds over there? So you need to keep a watch on how the bird behavior was before you set up a plant and after you set up a plant. So we have these cameras and microphones which listen to birds chirping, and they try to find out how many birds are there in this area. So I just thought of sharing this curious use case.
Amazing. I mean, how AI or recognition, visual recognition is leading to counting as well. Something we are also trying to look at if we can take attendance in the class using a camera rather than calling out the names. But thank you. That's a very interesting one. Wildlife people using it, not just the businessmen.
Yeah.
Let me go to Sora. Sora, one of the examples we're seeing is here, but something more than that or adding on to it, something use case that you work with in AI.
I would like to tell about two such examples in which we are currently working. I hope all of you have experienced our AI hologram of Valmiki. So this is a mixture of 3-4 technologies which you can see here. One is basically the representation of how you would look like, for example, in this case, it's a Valmiki. We can create a digital human of anybody. It could be you, if we have a data, the way it is working is that we have three technologies here. One is the speech cloning, so for example, let's say it's a Valmiki. Nobody has heard how Valmiki would sound, but we have created a hypothetical sound for that. Let's say the another example which we are doing is for the Mahatma Gandhi. We have enough sound recording of Mahatma Gandhi ji, so we have actually recreated the voice of Mahatma Gandhi. And then there are many collected works, the way he has written and exchanged letters with many of his colleagues. There is a book on him, so if we train all that data on that particular subject, then we are able to ask and do a conversation with any human being like we do. So it's basically recreating or reliving the memory of that person. So this is one of the example which is right in front of you. The second use case which I want to talk about and we are working is in the decision making. We call this product called boardroom.ai. We've been working with Niti Aayog, which is the think tank body of Government of India. The use case there is that how can we make better policies and how can we make better decisions. The way it is working is that we have data from all the ministries, the best practices of all the ministries, and then we are training our AI model on top of that, and through a language which is simple query, you can ask any question. For example, what would be the future of rice cultivation in Bihar in 2029? So what it does, it takes the legacy data from the past. It also looks into the future trend. We also feed some of the best reports of industries, and then basis of that, it kind of give a holistic answers. So the policymaker or the decision makers can then utilize their brain that this solution or the decision which has come, how accurate and how possible it is for them, and that's how they've been using it for policies.
Many of us do not realize how much happens in the government offices, how advanced they can be. Most of us feel probably they would be way behind us. What you're just saying is exactly the other way around. And also, I mean, congratulations, and I think it's a great thing to have a kiosk like this where you can create a human interaction. And what you just spoke about was that AI is not just one technology. This is a mixture of combination of multiple technologies to come up with a solution. It's not just about putting it there and it moves on its own. Okay. Nitin, you've been in very interesting spaces and you've been involved with some of the companies. So love to hear your experience on a use case.
Sure, thank you. So, we've been helping our clients to truly capitalize data and AI. I think we are enabling them to start using more data-driven decisions. So, I would touch upon maybe two use cases if you have bandwidth. The first one being is, you know, price competitive strategy. So, typical traditional organizations usually take cost plus approach to derive at a price. But I think the market is so dynamic, and I can't take the name, but this company does subscription based milk deliveries and staple food. Now the This product is so perishable and competitive, and they run about 5,000 SKUs. And so the idea came up that, let's analyze what competition is doing. And so they have three large competition e-commerce marketplace, and our team helped them generate data every hour, mapping after 5,000 SKUs, right from milk to morning staples to vegetables to fruits. And after doing that, we collect data every hour. We analyze what's happening in the competition platform for similar SKU. Is there a flash sale happening? Is there a, Sabse Sasta offer coming up? And then immediately we have to alert our customer so that they match their pricing with that. Also, competition is very stiff, so there are different prices for different zip codes. There are prices during different time of the day. So you cannot do 5,000 products manually, whatever large organization you have. Plus timing is of an essence here. So we have multiple algorithms capturing various kinds of data based on their SKUs and give them insights. And believe me, if our algorithm stops for 1 minute, and if the refresh is about an hour every hour of the day, our team starts getting call, because the prices are so dynamic that it has to be depend on what the market or competition is doing. So I believe that's use case one, which purely utilizes AI with very limited human intervention and deals in large volumes of data. AI basically it's a combination of five V's: velocity and volume of data, veracity, what source it is coming. So we capitalize all five, six V's of big data and AI in this use case. So that's one. And I'm going to take one more minute, Uh, see, today, it's only 1,000 listed company which are obliged to do their ESG listing, environment, social governance. I think 5 to 7 years down the line, individually, we may be asked to do our carbon footprint. If I take a flight from Delhi to London, what kind of carbon trail I left behind. So our team is involved in building a platform where we collect anything and everything related to ESG from across the globe. India has a different framework. European Union has a different framework. So we capture all that data, and the use case which we are coming is that 5 year down the line when it's a compliance on all of us, I can practically check what's my footprint, from my home to this place and back. I can upload my as simple as electricity bills or my other footprints, and it gives me a scoring where I am and where I should be, and what can I do to reduce my carbon footprint. So today it's only the aviation companies, oil and gas, coal companies which talks about it. Like data and AI was 12 years back, 2008, 9, 10, we were calling it statistics. Likewise, ESG 5 year down the line would capitalize a lot of our data, which we are leaving it on, digital trail, along with car carbon footprint. So that's another innovative AI use case, which I believe we'll be carrying in our pocket and, using it day to day, 5 to 7 years down the line.
The first one was amazing. It kind of not only talks about how a company is agile in versus the competition and seeing how to price it, but I'm just thinking I could be paying a price different from my neighbor. If they know I really need that product, my price sensitivity is lower compared to my neighbor, they can actually charge me a higher price versus my neighbor. And that's something that you can pick out through AI. Right. Yeah. So guys, be careful. Huh? Nilanjan, coming to you, when you are in manufacturing area, and clearly AI is very, very impactful, especially with Industry 5.0. How do you compare current situation or what we are moving towards in future with what's been the practice in the past when it comes to innovation or product designs? How do you see that changing with AI?
Yeah. So I think till Industry 4.0, the trend was having more and more automation, use a lot of sensors, PLCs, SCADA systems, uh, and have a lot of automation that will, take care of your mundane jobs, ensure safety of workers, and things like that. The major shift that has come in now, and we call it now Industry 5.0, that is where, you know, AI, that is the machine intelligence, and human intelligence collaborating together. I think that is the main shift that is coming in. Let us take a few examples. Let us talk of a windmill, a turbine, wind turbine that is running. If a wind turbine breaks, it is a very, very costly affair. A gearbox breaks, it's a very costly affair to change that thing. And on top of that, during breakdown, you actually lose on valuable production time. So what you do is put sensors in the right places, and you do some predictive analytics on top of that using AI methods. So predictive maintenance is something that has come in a big way for Industry 5.0. The other thing that has come up with generative AI is actually, and I find it very, very interesting, is product R&D. You think of a design, and I was in Berlin last week in a Hitachi exhibition, and we had displayed something where people would come in and they would select what is the future of transportation. How will the trains look like? How will people commute from Delhi to Gurgaon, for example? And they will ask the generative AI system to come up with their ideas of how transportation would look like. So some weird looking images will be created. There is a bus which has got wings, and then you will say, okay, I don't want this to be carrying 50 passengers. I want this to be carrying 10 passengers. So how would the thing look like? And generative AI creates that kind of a design for you. So this was one example, but if you look at practical examples that are actually happening on the field, look at companies like Novartis, Pfizer, in manufacturing of drugs, examples, where you create new molecules, right? So, and there are vast number of combinations that you need to try to see which molecule is actually going to cure which malady. That is where AI is going to play a huge role. There is something that is called co-pilots, and I'm personally working on this bit for a long time. If you guys have played with X reality kind of glasses, VR glasses, and you would have done a lot of gaming with that. Now imagine in an industrial situation where the downtime is very important and something has actually gone down. The service engineer goes over there and he's going through all manuals and trying to find out what could have gone wrong. Instead of that, you now have a generative AI system, a co-pilot, which tells you that, okay, this is the possible problem. And there is an expert who's sitting in the central office. The service engineer wearing those glasses, the expert engineer tells him that, he marks it on the tablet that this particular piece you replace. And the guy on the field, he gets to see in front of his eyes what exactly he needs to do. Along with that, the generative AI system also helps him in troubleshooting and finding out how quickly he can resolve the problem. So those are the kind of shifts. And what I'm talking about is not a dream any longer. We are actually trying to implement this for railways. It may sound a little surprising, government once again, but Indian Railways is about to implement these kind of things, co-pilots for troubleshooting. So I think that is the kind of shift that we are seeing in the manufacturing sector.
Thank you, sir. So I think I have a very interesting use case which we delivered few months back to our client in Abu Dhabi. So this is a healthcare company. They manufacture saline water, IV drips, glucose जिसको कहते हैं, So they have a plastic bottle, and so what happens is during the QC process, they have to first check, whether the cap is intact, the conformity of the bottle, it's not damaged. And then there is a ring because it goes upside down in the hospital. And at the same time, since this is, interjected in human bodies, it's very important there is no particle inside, white particle, black particle. Right now, they were doing manual QC, so they have to put in front of a light and manually check it, shake it, so it's very slow process. And with the help of computer vision technology, we came up with AI algorithms where with this we take thousands of pictures of the bottle during the production line and check what's the shape of the cap, whether there is a ring or not, is there any particle inside the bottle, and all happens in the conveyor belt. So this is like another QC example, on the manufacturing of healthcare for AI.
No, in fact, one of the startups who's working with us at the university, they are doing something similar in the sense they've created a machine which takes the human being's parameters, sounds, retinal scans, everything on behalf of a doctor who is at a remote location. And the doctor can analyze just what you're saying. You look at the machine, look for the fault. Same way the doctor does that, and then uh, the diagnosis happens, and then at least the recommendation of next steps of this thing. So what we are really seeing is the same technology could be used in manufacturing, could be used in medical sciences, could be used elsewhere as well. But what I would like, Nitin, you to kind of speak about is that you had an experience of talking to a lot of companies. How do you see the business models, not just the product or the process, but even the business models? How are they getting impacted with AI or innovation which is driven by AI?
So I'm sure everybody here must have heard that data is oil, analytics is combustion engine, right? I think this quote is about 12 to 14-year old. And what I talk today is data is like water because everybody needs it. So same, the shift in the traditional businesses. I think the businesses are now getting more data driven. We are enabling them to take help in their decision making process, leverage their existing data, their historic data, and then get data from various silos. So we had numerous interactions with CEO, CXO. After I do my entire peacock dance of coming from data science industry, dealing large volume of data, I think their only question is, how can you help me? We got different silos of data. So as simple as a CEO who's running his organization from 50 years, all the management reports are, never correct. So one business head gives a different number, other business head gives a different number. So the way organizations and business models are changing now is capitalizing their historic data, different department data, so that first thing they achieve is a single version of truth. Like, what do I have? What's happening in my organization? And then align my KPIs to my future goals. So I think that's one. And second, I would say traditional businesses are capitalizing AI on more automation and efficiency. So spoke about use cases on manufacturing. So I think industries, businesses are now, the new model is we use more automation efficiency, which gives us more bandwidth and room for innovation. So AI obviously is taking care of our mundane work, but then the efficiency which we achieve from AI, businesses are using more for their innovation and efficiency.
Okay. You spoke about data, you spoke about efficiency in the business context. I just want to move to Saurabh. He's been working with some of the government agencies. You just spoke about Niti Aayog compiling a lot of information across different ministries. Now, is this data being collected largely for efficiency, as Nitin spoke about, or something more than that? How does AI or data driven kind of processes, how is government looking at it? How are policymakers looking at it? And what use are they driving out of this?
Okay, so to answer that question, I would like to discuss another use case, and right from the beginning, something with everybody will be able to relate to, because because that impacts our everyday's life. So we are working with the government in the police department to kind of strengthen the safety of the citizens of the India. So we feel that there is a lot which can be done in terms of bringing more efficiency using data and using AI on the top of it, so that you are able to predict the trend. Something what very recently happened in a medical college in Calcutta. So the kind of the person he is, there were many complaints already against him, which went really unnoticed, and that kind of build the confidence of that person to go to that level. So what we are doing is that, like, we are doing a profiling of all the criminals who have been, reported once. And there is always a trend, because psychology tells us that you don't reach to a level Z without crossing the intermediate levels. So what we are doing is trying to create a pattern around, like, these criminals, and identifying that what could be the possible, future crime this person can do, because we have a lot of data in terms of FIRs, the charge sheets. There are, like, different segregated data points when it comes to police. So that is how they are kind of bringing everything in one single platform. Because whenever you go and do a complaint, there are multiple ways for that. There is 112 number. You can complain directly via email. Many people are complaining on social media also. There is a formal process that you can, do a written complaint, and then there is the FIR portal. So we are collecting data from all across these sources, compiling into one single system, and then doing kind of, prediction that what could happen next, what are the safe zones, what are the zones where, these kind of crimes can happen against. So police can deploy strategy in terms of patrolling, and also kind of keep a check on the serial offenders, so that we know that this kind of a profile is likely to commit this kind of a, crime. So that is how this entire process happens, from data collection to bring it to the use case.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot of big data, things being which has usually not been done earlier. And earlier in the day, when the report was unveiled and shared, one of the areas that came out as a concern, or as a barrier to adoption of AI in the organization, especially, is the fear or the unknown, the black box nature of AI, which leads to people being a little skeptical of adopting it. So, Nilanjan, in your view, if organizations have to overcome this barrier of adopting AI especially for innovation, what would you say needs to be done at a cultural level or at an organizational level?
Thank you for the question. What I'll do is I'll take a small digression in the beginning, because it triggered during the last discussion. Is that, let me say, there are two kinds of AI. One is called a discriminative AI, the other one is called a generative AI. So discriminative AI is all that we've been talking about. Some of those cases, like visual inspection, video analytics, all those kinds of things, which is uh, mathematically derived, and a high. So everything is about probability in artificial intelligence. So when we train a model and we say it is 99% accurate, think of Boeing planes being manufactured and every part being uh, inspected by a camera, and the system decides whether this passes or fails. Uh, that kind of AI is a very established uh, kind of a thing, almost certain. Where people got shaken up is when generative AI came out. And it is a matter of pride that Atul Vaswani, who was one of those people, an Indian from Google, who actually spearheaded this thing. I think, first of all, AI actually simplifies most of the mundane work that we do. Certain things that you cannot achieve, like there are 20,000 surveillance cameras in Delhi, and a police guy sitting in a control room, he cannot keep watching all those cameras. Sorry, I'm digressing a little bit from manufacturing environment, but I think it proves the point that there are certain things which are humanly not possible, or it is a very tiring and a very mundane kind of a job. You're liable to make mistakes. So that is where I think AI plays a major role. So if you have intelligent systems in the backend which will analyze all those video feeds, and it will analyze where there is a chain snatching happening, or where there is a deliberate crash that is happening, and things like that, and raise an alarm so that it becomes easy for the human being to just go and tackle that problem. The same thing for manufacturing industry also. Even in healthcare, when you have intelligent systems that are looking at whether a particular cell is, it is cancerous or not, those kind of detection mechanisms. So I think we are heading towards a situation where AI and human beings, they need to collaborate, they need to upskill themselves, and they need to work together. I'm sorry if I digressed from the question, but
That's fine. That's fine. Nitin, you want to add
I want
something?
to add more since he digressed. I have a couple of more points on government and law enforcement on AI. Saurabh, you were very right. Most of the crime, information or tip and cue is already on the open source. Since 2008, 2009, when social media started coming into mainstream, I think Twitter was the first one. Facebook had no policies. We had about 1.2 billion records of Facebook that time. There was no GDPR, California protection law. We were working for law enforcement agencies. New Jersey State Police did exactly what you mentioned, Saurav. I mean, they had crime data, so they used to monitor the regular offenders. And if a regular offender is on a particular location, the idea was just to diffuse, send a cop car there so they see it. So it's, reduce the threat. And the law enforcement case on OSINT, which is open source intelligence, I have spoken to, I mean, I've worked with most of the three-letter agencies when it comes to open source intelligence. And most of the data, critical data, is on open World Wide Web. You just need to know the tradecraft, how to capitalize, understand the pattern, predict, what's going to happen, and also find the relationships. If Saurabh tweeted something in Delhi and I retweeted or liked it in Jakarta, you could understand the network map and see how we are related to each other and how the communication is going. So the senior uh, admirals of government have also admitted that most of the critical information or the sensitive information is available on World Wide Web.
Interesting. Culture and all, that's fine. Just, most of the time when we are talking of AI, we're also talking about taking decisions, which AI is, or the information coming from large data processing is coming. And AI seems to be working a lot on the large data, whether it is visual or digital, whichever way it is. Many of the human beings, at least as you go up the senior positions, a lot of gut feel is used or heuristics is used. So, sort of, how do you see gut feel decisions and AI based decisions? Can they coexist? Can a person use both of them to take decisions? How do you see that?
That's a very interesting and a difficult question, but I'll give an attempt, So, for example, like we were saying that, let's say chat GPT, people are talking about that there's a biasness, there are answers coming which are creating problems. I would say that the problem lies in basically the training data set. For example, this module, if you'll see, there are more than 1,000 versions of Ramayana, available. If we take up all of them and train this model, which is Valmiki, it would give false information. So the way I would like to approach this is that the source of information should be reliable. For example, anyone who does research, he always go to one very specific, authentic resource and then put that resource and train it. And then we know that whether that information on which it is fed, it is basically accurate, it is basically a Bible or whatever of that particular subject. Then you are very confident that whatever the answer comes is because then the rest of the thing is done by AI, but the source of that information is authentic. In case of chat GPT, which is trained over all the data, or any other open source model which is trained over any data where there is a biasness, is where the decision making or basically the decision of the person comes into the play. And in the example of, let's say, Niti Aayog, there are policies, there are data, and then AI is able to give a decision. But ultimately, is basically the human who have to understand the logic behind the decision and how they can think that it is valid or not valid. It's as simple as that you are the CEO of the organization and the subordinate work is being done by AI. Now it is for you to either accept the logic given by AI or not to accept. That is again will be based on your gut feeling, your past experience, because that is not something which can be trained to an AI.
Can I add? Yeah. So I think very right, Saurabh. And the right answer is RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generated Model. So rather than playing with the open LLMs, you train your LLM or model into specifics. Like this is trained on the Ramayana data. So I can ask anything and everything related to that, and there would not be any hallucination or wrong answers in that because it's been trained on a specific set of data. Likewise, we could come up with LLMs or AI based on real estate, based on healthcare, based on education. So as long as we limit the data component to it or the capabilities of that, I think the heuristics we can control it. It would be particular to that.
Elan, did you want to add something to this?
Yeah, actually, so I think we just, if we go a little technically deep and we try to understand what generative AI, what ChatGPT is, basically it is just trying to predict the next word. That is all that is there to it. There is no reasoning. If ChatGPT gives you an answer and you feel, wow, there's so much of logic in this, the only reason is that ChatGPT has seen in its life that people who have been talking about this have been talking like this. So it is just giving you the next word and the next word and the next word. Do not expect reasoning, intrinsic reasoning from ChatGPT. So I think once you understand this, then you understand why in the last session, strawberry, it replied 2 hours and not 3 hours. Because it is not doing that logical reasoning that human beings do. It is just trying to pick up probabilistic words. Okay, 2 is a probability. So many people would have said 2 as a response to that kind of a semantic statement. That is why it said 2. 50% probability that 3 also would come up. So once you understand that, then all your fears of it is going to take up everything that I'm doing, okay, it is not going to take up all that you are doing. It cannot take up morality, bias, ethics, all these are, certain other things that we have to look at. But definitely what human beings have, this human reasoning, that, sometimes people call it a stochastic parrot. It is just a parrot, tota. As long as you understand that you are speaking with a parrot, you will know how secure you are. Because certain things we have as humans that these kind of machine intelligence can never have.
So that really is a very interesting thought or point that generative AI is largely just giving a more probabilistic word of which follows whatever you have given. And so it's really working for, say, whatever is the past, it's trying to use that to predict future. Whereas all the breakthrough innovations, whether it's in the field of medicine, physics, or the Wright brothers when they flew first time, or for Louis Pasteur to find antibacterial properties, all of these guys actually defied the logic of that point in time. They actually said, I'm going to break what you think is unbreakable. And they thought of something which is preposterous almost. Do you see AI doing that, or do you see humans doing that?
Thinking out of the box is a human capability. I don't think AI in near future at least will have that. Having said that, I saw a video in YouTube, which is when you walk into Google's DeepMind office, you see a football match being played. 11 robots on one side, 11 robots on the other side. And they have been trained, how to shoot at the goalpost, between the goalposts. And they do a fantastic job. Gradually, they're seeing that robots are learning how to tackle. Somebody is coming forward and how you snatch the ball from there. So this gaming thing, what you do is you give them a reward. If they're doing the right thing, you give it a reward so that the system understands, okay, I have to do this more and more. It is a reward and punishment kind of a teaching. This is called reinforcement learning. You reinforce something that is good and you ask it not to do something which is bad. Now, the point is how these robots are learning to do this on their own. That still remains an enigma. And so that is why people still talk about, and I think Nitin also mentioned in the earlier session that artificial general intelligence, consciousness, all those things are probably going to come. But today, I don't think technology even thinks of having this kind of a thing. Human beings are not threat.
So what you're saying is we could have a humanoid.
We could.
We could. Sort of. Let's just jump, let's say 5 years in future. AI would have developed, we would have moved on, we would have learned a lot more about AI and usage. What do you see? How would you be using AI for your in your personal life? Or maybe this version, what would it look like 5 years from now?
I would want that there is a lot of cloud when it comes to AI. We might have 20 more session like that, but still people will be confused. I can see the faces we are talking very high level, but I want in 5 years, see whenever there is any disruption, it takes some time for even the mass to adopt it. By 5 years, I would want people to really understand the strength and the weakness of AI, and then that is when the people start using it in their the entire life cycle. What my colleague was mentioning in our earlier conversation, that any technology goes through a hype curve, so there is early adopters, the people who really are excited about it, they start working it, then the technology goes to the peak, which is in our case when ChatGPT was launched, and then people start talking about what could be the possible downside of it, then it goes through the downfall, and it goes through the bottom from where the mass adoption starts happening. So what I see this entire cycle to get completed in 5 years, and everybody of us are able to understand that what is the strength of AI and how to coexist in this case. This is the same evolution which happened, let's say, in industrial era or in the IT era when computers came. All of us in first 5 years were very skeptical of what will happen to us, but then we started living and coexisting with us. We upgraded ourselves. The same way we would want that the AI to be more ethical. It has to be more controlled, and everybody start understanding the weakness, and it becomes more generic by that time.
Great. I mean, I think 5 years from now, when we come back and look at this recording, we might find we probably were way off from what really get achieved, but still it's worth the while to look at. So Nitin, where would you see AI in 5 years from now for you?
I think I just saw Mark Zuckerberg 8 days back. He launched prototype of his new glasses, which is mixed reality. I think that is something I would like to see coming into the mainstream in 5 years. And if he has launched the prototype now, I'm sure within 5 years he has plans to launch it commercially. I think I use Oculus for at home for game, and but then those are very heavy, you can't practically wear it for more than 30-45 minutes. What I saw, him launching is just a glass like this, less than 100 grams, and capabilities of mixed reality. You could touch and feel. 5 years down the line we may have a panel here, one of them may be virtually sitting here. So that is something I would see would become reality in 3 to 5 years from now.
So you could be playing golf and your hologram would be here.
Probably, yes. maybe pre-recorded, and the AI would give answers, because hopefully by next 5 years I'll be doing a lot of sessions like this, so the AI would be trained on its own to do Q&A as well.
And I wouldn't mind joining some of the online meetings through my hologram avatar than myself.
I find it very dangerous, the use of these mixed reality devices and AI. We've been working on these VR and MR devices from a very, very long time. So imagine if you have a camera and it is integrated to computer and it has intelligence. I look at you, Professor, I would know everything about you in the internet through that. So that's basically like too dangerous that everybody knows everything. That's a breach of privacy. That's where the another problem will come up about cybersecurity and privacy. So we have to be very careful that up to what extent we wanted to integrate with multiple technologies, because I personally don't want like everybody to know who I am, because there are a lot of data available on internet about me. Like it can do a summary about a person, and then that creates biasness. So I mean, that's my opinion about that.
I think that's a rightful fear. A lot of us are fearing that would we have any privacy left for ourselves? Or maybe others may know more about us than we know about ourselves. Nilanjan, what would you see AI doing for you?
I would like to join Nitin for his game actually. And apart from that, I am very imaginative about what happens in healthcare, and I would really like to see that, and particularly in healthcare education, where you create a model of the human body. And I was just watching a Netflix serial called The Good Doctor, and he kind of suddenly in the middle of an operation, a procedure, he suddenly thinks of something, something flashes in his mind, and it is like that mixed reality thing, and he does a particular thing. So particularly in medical education, I think this kind of a system where one can walk inside the human body and see how the organs are working. I want to see AI changing the way we teach, the way we educate people today. And the other thing that I want AI to do is have my own avatar, which keeps on telling me that earlier you have done this, please don't do this now. Kind of guide people on their mental health. I think that is what uh, I would love to see AI doing in future.
True. I think mental health, even the way education or learning is imparted would certainly go through a change. I think we like to open up the panel to questions from the audience. Whoever wants to ask a question, I would request you to stand up, state your name, and if you're going to put your question to a specific panelist, please say the name and then speak out your question. There's someone over there, the back.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Harshvashne. I want to ask question like we are talking about AI and automation, whereas in India, MSME is plays a vital role, and to still they are struggling for the AI and automation, so that because of the cost that is adding to that, and whereas large enterprises can easily apply these technologies. So in the near future, we are seeing that AI and automation will be affordable to them or not.
Nilanjan, you want to answer?
So, what's your name?
Harshvashne.
Yeah, Harshvardhan, I think good question. The right people to answer this are, Google, Microsoft of the world, because I think they're doing a lot of work on MSME. They've been making their technology affordable. Couple of my clients are MSME. They're based in Imran, just 30 minutes from here. And believe me, they are 80% automated. They sometimes don't even visit their factories. Right from the material coming into the gate to the final delivery out, there are sensors all over, and those are all affordable. I'm also partner to GeoThings, and the sensors and IoT technology are very much affordable these days. We can monitor remotely the cold storage temperature. We can monitor the machine performance. When Nilanjan mentioned about predictive maintenance on machine, we capture that data. We know when is it heating up, and we can switch it off. So practically, the owner has not visited the factory from few weeks, but he has all the data in his mobile phone, right from the material management to dispatch to production. In fact, they have gamified the production. So there is a team of 2 people manufacturing saffron, and they produce about 700 between 2 teams. Everything is monitored through industrial cameras, and they can see what level of production me and my team has done, which is right there on the ticker. So they made it more interesting. So they are in MSME. So I think it's getting down to the bottom. It's affordable, and my experience is, there are more coming with ONDC, Open Network, and other platforms in India.
To also add to what my colleague said, uh, if you wanted to do some development related to AI, there are two, three things you need to have. One is basically the developers who are very expensive. If you wanted to do a startup, you can upskill yourself and you can start doing it. The second is the hardware. That's where, I think your question was directed that these GPUs are very, very expensive. I never thought that I will buy a computer worth 1.5 crores because that's where the processing is happening. All of these LLMs or generative AIs, they require very expensive GPUs, and that's where the NVIDIA and big companies are holding these GPUs. But with the recent news of government AI mission where they are buying 10,000 crores worth of GPUs and making them available on rent for these startups is where I think the next generation of involvement of startups will come in AI field.
Can I add one more line? Uh, so it's a client of ours. He developed an accounting software for M of MSME, which is micro 0 to 2 crore turnover. Now we know, like you said, that they're small, they're busy, and typically the entrepreneur is also the CEO, CXO, CFO, and chief sales officer. The accounting platform is so much customized based on what you are doing. You may be a steel trader, you may be a plastic trader, or you may be doing technology or any other work. We created certain modules in that daily when I open my accounting software, I see news related to my industry. So I would see steel, he may see plastic, he may see industrial, and all the policies, new government regulations, latest news, latest trends, and some analysis on what similar companies of my size are doing, how much they're growing. So that's one. Second, we added a little fraud component into it. So today I raised an invoice to you with my bank account as HSBC, but fourth invoice is HDFC, it would flag. So there's more coming in the M space. So I'm not talking about MSME, I'm saying M of MSME, which is 0 to 2 crore turnover. So there's more technology coming on the ground.
Nilanjan, you would like to add on? I mean, there's something which you really is in your core areas.
No, I would completely agree, and I think they have covered the entire ground. Um, Except that probably the government also is doing a lot to help MSMEs with these kind of technologies. One is the cloud infrastructure. Okay, there are Amazons and Googles, but our Indian government is also trying to set up a cloud infrastructure. There is a lot of effort going on into quantum computing and offer that as a service to the MSMEs. Still not on the ground, but I think in a span of 5 years, these kind of technologies will be easily available to all the MSMEs.
Yeah, thank you so much. Over there, please. Yes.
Good afternoon to the panel. My question is directed towards
Can you
Saurabh.
tell your name, please? Just name first.
Lakshita Rathore, MBA first year. My question is to Saurabh, sir. Sir, how do startups leverage AI to gain a competitive edge over larger and more established firms? Or are there any specific strategies that they employ, or is it just easier for them to incorporate it?
Okay, so in that case, there are three games of AI which is currently going on. One is at the platform or the core software level, which Google, Microsoft, all of them are playing. Who are creating the platform. Second is basically at the hardware level, because everything will run on these hardwares, which obviously Nvidia and other players have taken up, or you become the reseller or the system integrator or the cloud service provider of that. The third is where I see a lot of applications for startup, the use cases of it. For example, we are doing something, let's say for Supreme Court, how they can use AI to kind of dispose of cases faster. So there are, because this is at the right entry point, everybody wants to be AI ready, but they don't know how to have AI in the field. So if the startup function and work and create use cases which are very, very simple, where the data sets are controlled and you are guaranteed that the result of that particular AI application will be 100% accurate, that is where you will see more adoption of it. So I would say the application side of it, which is not very expensive, you have a lot of open source softwares in which you can train your data. think of an application, and then you can always have a cloud service provider and go to the end users. So I believe the easiest or low hanging fruit is basically the application side. And there are, if you look around, like, you'll find thousands of applications of AI.
The best way startup is using AI is to attract investment in their company. You you show your product has AI into it, and you have investor lined up at your door.
That's true. That's true. In fact, AI, I mean, a lot of talk on AI today is not just reality. Some of it is fair amount of hype also. A lot of startups that we meet are bringing in the word AI as if that's the magic word which would lead investors to open up their purse. But understanding amongst the investors is also improving. Okay, they have also burned their hand by giving money to those who talked of AI but didn't have much intelligent stuff in that. Any more questions? Yeah, over here, please. After him, we'll come to you after him, please. Huh? Thanks.
Good afternoon, respected panel. My name is Sahil Bhardwaj, and my question is open to the panel. So, as technology is advancing, and like we can see technologies like Neuralink is coming, like basically a chip can fit into your brain, and like technology can proceed. So, I wanted to know that is it an aid to AI not being aware about the emotional intelligence? Will it like make it more efficient, and will it be a solution for it?
So would emotional intelligence really get connected with AI? That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Very difficult to answer at this point of time. Today, as I said, coming down to the bricks and mortar level, it is just a parrot. Okay. Yes, there will be. So, a very difficult question actually. How do people have emotions? Is it by learning from something somewhere? Is it by heredity? If it is from learning from someone somewhere, then yes, machines will be able to do that to that extent. If it is hereditary, if it is passing through genes, then maybe machines will not be able to do that. So, to a certain extent, yes, emotional intelligence will come into machines. Artificial general intelligence will actually come into machines, but still, and that is my feeling, nobody can answer for sure, that difference between a human being and a machine will remain. And that, I think, is the question of morality, question of ethics, to a large extent, question of emotions. Today, if you ask an AI agent to go and get coffee for you, it will not care if it has to kill all the people in between. His task is getting the coffee for you. So that is not how a human being will act. A human being will try to see, 10 different things. Is it ethical to kill a person to get a cup of coffee? AI will gradually reach that stage, because today we are talking of agentic AI workflows where one AI has 15 different agents working with it. Do not call it emotion, but in some form, emotional intelligence will come in. Sorry for a very convoluted answer.
Can I give an attempt to this question? Uh, I think for you to understand, we need to understand how does our brain functions. Like, we have three brains. Like, one is a reptilian brain, which is basically how we have evolved. Like, that reacts to our needs, like, the fear, the hunger, the reproduction system. All of that is related to that particular brain. Then we have a limbic brain, which is basically from where we have our past experiences. We feel that this person is a bad person because he has cheated me in the past. That's which gets stored in our limbic brain. The third is basically the rational brain, which does all the logic. Like, if the other two brains are off, you will make the decision which is based on IQ. But in a human, like, all these three brains function in a very strong correlation. And most of the time, the brand, kind of leverage your limbic brain and reptilian brain so that you make a decisions. So the reptilian brain is the most strongest. Then there is a limbic brain, and then there is a rational brain. For us to kind of think that will AI go to that level, I would say that is a very long journey, because we are right now at the rational brain, and still we are not at that level that the logics and the decisions and the answers of AI is as strong as human being. But going to the other two brains would require more effort. But to break it down, I would say that we should approach it like this.
Yeah. We'll take one last question because we're running out of time. Over there, gentleman over there. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, panelists. I'm Mohit Reddy. I just wanted to ask a small case that happened in Bangalore recently. Bangalore installed AI-based cameras in their traffic systems, and there was a false detection of seatbelt because the color of the seatbelt and the dress that they were wearing was similar. And those false detections, how can they be disabled and can get a right situational analysis of that through AI? Is it something that can be done, or it's a small, very ground reality thing that has happened? So how can that be solved or seen or perceived?
Can I take this? Uh, See, one is how these systems behave is based on how you train them. So, how many images have you fed into the system saying that this guy is wearing a seatbelt, this guy is not wearing a seatbelt? And based on what it has seen, based on the features of the images that it has seen, it will classify that as an offense or not an offense. Now, there is a confidence that is attached to it. So, if you want to stay safe, then you can say, I will only pick up those cases where the system is more than 99% sure that this is an offense. So, long story short, this can be improved through a lot of training. And since I was personally involved in smart city things, I know how difficult it is for a camera to go inside a car and see whether the person is. I mean, with naked eyes also we cannot see. And then there are different angles in which these cameras are sitting. So it is a combination of lot many factors. If humans can make mistakes, if you are put up on the top of a pole and if you are asked to see whether this person is wearing seatbelt or not, you may as well make such mistakes. If you want to stay safe, then give a threshold of confidence saying that I will not take anything less than 99%. Does this answer a little bit?
Yeah, I'll add to that, So the short answer is, right training data set. There should not be any bias in the data set. The longer answer is, we have to think about responsible AI. Somebody has to audit. I may be doing the same algorithm which Nilanjan's company may do, but there has to be somebody auditing or giving it a certificate that, yeah, this is responsible. The private data is separate. There's no bias data. And there's a checklist of thing and that's certified. Like we have BSI for quality and, others. So sooner or later you need to have a certification agency to certify whether XYZ company is creating an algorithm, what is the certification for that? Yeah.
Yeah. I think we can still go on, but time is not on our side. And this topic is something which can not just one summit, but many sessions would be required, and still we may not cover it. So thank you so much, Nilanjan, Saurabh, and Nitin, for sharing your thoughts and being with us. Pleasure. And for the attendees, thank you so much.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for the incredible insights into the AI driven innovations and the disruptions that are shaping the future of the industries. The depth of knowledge shared today, from AI applications in industrial automation to the various innovations and disruptions, has given a lot to think about in how we approach the ever evolving landscape of technology. Now, I'd like to call upon stage Dr. Richa Mishra and Dr. Jolly Mesh for handing over the mentors as the token of appreciation to our esteemed guests. Now, with that, we'll now take a short break for high tea. Please note that we will resume within 15 minutes at 3:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you all and see you back soon here. I request all the students to please be seated.
This is the making of hero. Four brothers, two wheels, and a revolution that shaped India. manufacturing behemoth. How From the bylanes of Kamalia and the rugged landscapes of Quetta, they escaped to India with little more than the shirts on their backs. In the partition-ravaged cities of Amritsar, Agra and Delhi,
Hello everyone. I would request everyone to settle down. Not a threat. It is the spirit that moves us forward, shaping a future where anything is possible. Good afternoon and welcome back, esteemed guests, faculty members, and my fellow students to this Leadership Summit. I'm Abhishek Kumar, and I hope you're all feeling refreshed and are ready for the next stimulating session on the Industry 5.0 for the plenary session 3. This session is not just a discussion about technology, but also about how ethics, empathy, and sociological implications must shape the innovations of tomorrow. Before we proceed, let me introduce the extraordinary individuals who have joined us to share their knowledge and experience today. First, we are privileged to have Ms. Rachna Kumar, Chief Human Resource Officer at Hero MotoCorp, who brings over 2 decades of HR experience across industries, including consumer goods, oil and gas, and retail. She is known for her expertise in creating inclusive workplaces, driving diversity initiatives, and improving operational efficiency. Her leadership at Hero MotoCorp is a testament to her commitment to building strong, harmonious connections between business success and HR strategies. Please, let's put our hands together for Ms. Rachna Kumar. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Lopamudra Banerjee, Head of Human Resources at Career Idea India Private Limited. With over 25 years of experience spanning Ernst & Young, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and other top firms, Ms. Banerjee has been a pivotal force in driving HR strategy at Career Idea. Her passion for mentoring the next generation of leaders had made a lasting impact on many professionals. Let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Lopamudra Banerjee. Now, I'm excited to welcome Mr. Sampan Chaudhary, the CEO and co-founder of DigiLiger Consulting. Under his visionary leadership, DigiLiger has expanded rapidly in the fields of digital transformation, cloud computing, AI, and machine learning. His commitment to continuous learning has built a culture of excellence at his firm. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sampan Chaudhary. It is also my honor to introduce Dr. Prashant Verma, Director of Academics for the Center for Continuing Education at BML Munjal University. With expertise in business intelligence, advanced predictive modeling, and analytics, Dr. Verma has shaped cutting-edge academic programs in collaboration with industry leaders like EY and NIIT University. His career spans over a decade in leadership roles across Fortune Institute of International Business and EY, fostering a strong connection between academia and industry. Please put your hands together for Dr. Prashant Verma. With great pleasure, I now hand over to the moderator of the session, Dr. Prashant Verma sir, who will navigate the insightful plenary discussion that lies ahead.
Thank you so much, and I'm thankful to the panel to be here. This is third session, and we've been hearing a lot about how AI is getting developed, what is there in the future, what is happening on the legal framework side, and the challenges which are there in front of us. So I think the panel which is with me, we cannot have a better panel than this to come to some kind of conclusion for a day. We cannot conclude this discussion, but for the day we can come to some kind of conclusion wherein you would like to see that what exactly is happening in the companies, in the big organizations, which is trying to integrate the solutions which AI has brought in. These big companies have so much of data with them that they are the first one to know what really you are really talking when you say would be the ethical issues, what really is going to happen or is happening on ground right now when you are talking about sociable issues. And we all understand, see, currently there are no frameworks, but as a human and as a responsible big companies who are responsible for shaping up the industries also, what they are thinking or what they are probably going to do. So this session would open up those questions. We have someone who is integrating solutions. So when you are looking into what is AI bringing to industry, there is no doubt that it is bringing efficiencies. There is no doubt that the processes are more efficient now when you are bringing analytics. They do require a lot of data to give you these efficiencies. So current costs are very high, but going forward, this cost would become very manageable. This happens with every new technology. Initially, you have huge cost, but as you grow, it becomes very manageable. That has happened with your example with initially we saw what happened with IBM's computer to your mobile phone. It's very affordable now. So I believe going forward, integration of artificial intelligence or data-driven computing, fast computing on your handheld devices or on chips, which are specialized chips for certain operations, certain roles, will be available. So that is the future, and we have to embrace it. But now, while we are changing, what are the issues? So I'll open it up with Sampan asking you, when you are meeting businesses and you say that you are bringing so much of efficiencies with these solutions, what kind of reactions or precaution points they bring in front of you? Of course, I understand they'll be also interested in seeing the delta, lesser cost, but what else do they discuss?
Sure. Thank you. And good evening, everybody. So basically, you are right that we have to embrace AI. We don't have to be scared of whether there would be job cuttings or people would start losing their jobs. And there is a larger ecosystem which needs to be developed around it. And a lot of our customers understand that. And there are certain issues which, or I would call these as apprehensions, where few things are very specific to be addressed when we talk about AI and how AI should be incorporated into our daily lives and part of any automation or any efficiency. So one and the foremost is the data privacy. So AI is nothing if we don't feed in data. It's just a dumb machine, right? So we have to make it intelligent, and to make it intelligent, we have to feed in a lot of data. once we start feeding a lot of data, there is very blurred line that what is the right data that needs to be fed in and what is not the right data. How to secure that data, how to ensure that that data is not getting leaked outside, or people who are generating that data, they don't feel shy about about that data being exposed to the market. So in the previous session, I was hearing one of the panelists said that it's scary that somebody wearing a glass can know anything about just by meeting him, right? But that data is already available. So now that's first and foremost. Now there are few measures that we can take around it. There has to be a right and robust consent management system before sharing any data. There has to be a right consent management system which says that this data can be used uh, for making any process better or anything, right? Now, how the data, if we start uh, telling that how this data will be used, people will be more comfortable in sharing the data. I'll give you a real life example. So we now use Google Maps very frequently, right? That's a, for me, that's a life changing product which is launched by Google. Now the problem is, if you try to find out a route from destination A to B, from source to destination, what happens is basically it gives you 2-3 routes, and it suggests one route that this is what you should follow. Now the problem is, if it start telling that this is the reason why I'm suggesting you this route, this particular route, rather than other two routes, there are just two factors, right? Time and traffic, so you have to play around these parameters only. The problem is this algorithm. I've been trying to crack this algorithm by being a first-time consumer of this application, but I've not been able to, because sometimes it shows me an alternate route. There is so if we start disclosing that this is how the data will be used, that's the point that I'm trying to make. If we start exposing that this is how data will be used and this is what we will do with your data, people will be more comfortable in sharing that data. So one and foremost part is the data privacy, consent management, and what I can think more of is basically we have to uh, be very open about the policies and procedures that we that's what I'm hearing from my customers as well, that if you make an inclusive environment, if you say that your data is safe, it will be used for these processes and policies, and these are the policies and guards in place that we have, probably people will be more comfortable in adopting to all these technologies. I'm not addressing the workforce management or all those things because I'm sure you will have more questions around that, but that's my first hand experience on that.
Right. And I'll follow up this question with uh, Lopa, Mudra, as well as Rachna, one by one, and see what is that. Do you see the trend in your firms or organizations? Do you think that people are really bothered about their data getting used or misused? Do they really know the use and misuse issues of their data? And who are really bothered? Who is really voicing these concerns? So, starting with you, Lopamutra.
I think people now are bothered. I think people are, over the years have become cautious. So, many times when people go to an outlet, a retail outlet, and they ask you for your phone number or for your email, people refuse to give it because they know that, the source of the data leakage arises from there. So people are actually bothered about how the data is getting used. And I also think that with the government now coming out with the DPDP Act, it's going to get more strengthened. It is going to become mandatory now to take consent, right? For example, in HR, and I'm sure Rachna will agree with me that for a lot of things that we do today, it's a part of a SOP that we follow, but not necessarily take consent, right? So, for example, we tell a candidate who is about to join the organization that we will subject you to a background verification. But the extent of the background verification, the different data points, etc., are not disclosed at this point in time. We outsource it, we get a report, based on that we make a decision, hiring is done or not done, depending on the response. It is now becoming mandatory. Once the law comes into effect, we will have to take consent that why we need certain data points, up to what duration we are going to get used. So I think, yes, people are very concerned, and people don't like the fact that a lot of their personal information is out there, including health records, etc., which insurance companies then use to call you back. So no, it's not something that people are happy about. So I think coming back to what Sampan said, that if people knew what the data was being used for, and if there was a proper framework and a, a tight legal policy around it, knowing that, okay, it's not going to get misused, then I think people would be more comfortable with it. Right now, what's happening is all the information is just out there. Whoever is able to grab it has access to it, and the individual has no control on how that data is being used. That's the concern.
Right. So Rachna, when you look into this, and again, I'll build on the same concept that we need to, as a organization and as a leader, we probably are required to be more sensitive and take steps forward and put frameworks which would probably guide the whole process. Are these frameworks really in place right now, or we are trying to frame them up? What is the direction forward?
So I don't think we are ready with the frameworks yet. I don't know how many companies are, and we were just chatting. I don't think but I think it's a good thought starter. So I'll tell you one thing while I was just building on what we know power sharing. One is that, is the data existing today? The answer is yes. Okay, how is the data existing today? Historically, personal files, right? Or your recruitment management systems, even if they're partially automated or fully automated, you have data around the employees, right? That's just the first bit of data that gets collected. If we were to talk about AI and how it can make meaningful change to the organization, there is a whole lot of data that needs to be there in the system. It's not the employment data, right? Example now. If I were to do, okay, so let me just come back. Where would I use AI if I were to use AI for enabling a people function, which is very data driven function, right? I will gather data from my potential assessment. I will get data from my performance management systems. I will get data from an employee voice survey, right? I will get data across the employee life cycle, because when that data comes to me, I can use the data to make customized offerings. That's the whole point of AI. Otherwise, you don't need AI, right? So if you were to do that, I think the data exists. But to her point, there is a revised consciousness around, would you misuse my data? Those guidelines will have to be in place. HR as a function always had the data. We always had, but it was never integrated at one place or was not taken over a period of time at one place to make predictive analytics around it, right? So I would think that data exists. How we will use that data and build on it is required to be communicated, consent taken, and I would agree. At places we take consent. Have we taking it all the time? The answer is no, right? But we would need to.
And I'm sure this is also because employee themselves are not really very much sure what kind of consents are to be given, what kind of consents are not to be given. For example, people who are of my age or more than of my age, when we join company, we join companies with trust. We say that, okay, we are working together. I'm serving the company, company is taking care of me. So there is no issue of suspicion about how my company probably will misuse my data. But the trust exists. That's why we are serving them. But going forward, when you look into it and these issues are coming forward, for example, let's build up a small case wherein the organization decided to take better control of data and what kind of communication your devices are doing outside. So there is a new IT policy which comes in and says that, okay, what kind of conversation you can do, which kind of applications can talk to internet, what kind of downloads you can do, what other kinds of things you can do. But at the same time, all your personal devices have got WhatsApp. All your personal devices have got is listening all the time to you, and that is getting utilized somewhere else. If you think that the data of the company is not going out, I think we need to be a little more cautious. So, what do you say, Sampan? Are solutions also thinking more more comprehensively, wherein devices like Alexa, our own phones, which we carry with us, and the data security which is needed for the companies. Are you thinking that there are solutions which are going to comprehensively address this kind of issues?
Yeah, absolutely. There are solutions, but there is no single solution to solve all these problems because ideally, see, I strongly believe that all these problems doesn't coexist. So there are problems, different problems for different work locations and different kind of projects and different kind of assignments which an employee is assigned to or which an organization is working upon. If there is a very sensitive project, assume that we are about to launch a new project and which is very time sensitive and very competition sensitive. We have to align all the employees within the organization to have an NDA signed, and we have to ensure that all the checks and balances are there. Nobody is able to carry their own devices. If we are working on such a critical project, which is a life changing project, I would like to secure the IP behind it, right? But there is no general rule. But yes, people at the same time, employees nowadays, it's not about so the lot of age range is not you and me. There are a lot of young people, and you can't bind them within a regulation, right? So if the more you try to do it, it's like growing up with our own kids, right? The more you try to bind them, the more rebel they will become, right? So you have to give them enough freedom. But again, if there are demands for a specific assignment or for a particular project, a good example is some of the BPOs don't allow their employees to carry mobile phones on the work site because there are a lot of PI information exposed over their desktops, which somebody can click and start selling this data, right? This data is sellable, right? Now, the point is how to put right controls behind it. In this particular example, you can put video monitoring devices, which can restrict anybody to take a picture of the screen or which can at least send an alert. But is it required for all the assignments? Is it required for all the organizations? The answer is no. So we have to be very careful around striking the right balance of what data needs to be secured and what are the right checks and balances which needs to be deployed. There are ways to secure each kind of data, but there are different ways. There is no holistic framework to secure everything from everybody. That's what I feel.
Right. And that also raises one issue. Since there are no clear solutions for each and every need, there are issues around this which are about accountability. And herein, let's also add on one more aspect that whatever decisions, whatever these assistants or agents we have, they all are data driven. Primarily, I would rather simplify it as at a very fast computing speed. They are available to us. So what they are bringing us is more data driven at a faster computing speed. AI is a little different. I'm not entering into that aspect. But uh, when we are using these data, which in itself is not validated all the time, has its own biases, and it can lead to errors. It can lead to issues which are ethical in nature. Who is accountable for them? That's a question. And we have one area of concern that there are no frameworks here. So going forward, when decisions comes, there are many decisions which would be automated. Going forward, what do you think? Who should take the accountability of it? I can open it up with Rachna, and then we can take it to Lopa for concluding that.
No, I would think decision accountability finally rests with the individual. I don't think you can pass on the accountability to a machine, right? I think the role that we all need to play is, first of all, what is the source of data and what are the control mechanisms that you will put there, right? That's super important for us. Second, how representative is your data, right? Because I would always assume AI is multiple times of what Excel used to throw, right? And how would it be more generative is the amount of data that you would put in for it to give you a little trend and a little more story so that you can just reduce your workload, right? Because most of the time, if I have something like a data analytics team, right, what will they do? They will manually collate data. They will do trend analysis for a period of time. वो 5 साल का भी if they do, they are tired, right? You want to do it for a longer period. You want to have all kinds of nuances built into the data that you can get. Now, for that, I think the robustness of data is very important. To how to interpret data, and I think there's a lot of skilling that is required in that area. You know, looking at the data from just a portion of it, you may come up at a deduction which is very different from the entire data piece. So I would think that is you don't give that data to raw hands. It's very important for us to decide how the data capturing is done, who is doing the analytics around, and who is taking the decision on that analytics. I think that's super important, right? Otherwise, it can lead to wrong decision making at the first place. Similarly, example, you are collecting data on, I don't know, say performance management system. Okay. Now you are wanting to develop some integrated leadership development program or you're going to use that data for development purposes, right? How holistic your data is, right? Have you captured all nuances? The fact of most of the organizations is, though we will be on success factors or SAP, I don't know how many ERP tools we all use across the life cycle. I would think they're not one talking to each other.
Yeah.
So I think before the organizations even jumps into taking AI's help to go further in terms of decision making, all of these disparate sets of data that you get, they need to be all talking to each other.
Sure.
And then getting at some central place. And then the intelligence in terms of what data points you need to be able to arrive at the conclusion that can come out of it, right? I think that's the intelligence, and that has to be done by human beings.
That's where this is wonderful. And one of the question previous panelists were looking into, I think Nilanjan was talking about it. There has to be a human in the loop. That is one answer. That what does it really mean when you are saying that there has to be a human into the loop? This is one answer to that question.
Absolutely. I actually totally second what Rachna is saying, that firstly, to answer the first part of your question, I don't think any accountability can rest with AI, the machine itself. Ultimately, it is the interpretation of what that AI is generating through multiple sets of modeling. And the person who's looking at that data and arriving at that conclusion is the person who's going to be accountable. Secondly, how data is being fed in, what kind of elimination of biases, discrimination has been done in that data, whether that data is completely inclusive, what are the different subsets of that data that have been captured, and again, how that data is being read and how that data is being replicated is very, very important. See, data in itself is not going to throw up any, I mean, right now also, it's not that because we were not using AI 10 years back, we didn't have data. Data was always there. We were not using it in a certain way. So how effectively are we leveraging that data, and how correctly are we using that data for the outcome that we are looking at? Like she said, that if I'm trying to arrive at, developing a leadership program, drawing back from performance management, are we using the right set of data to arrive at that outcome is also critical. So what is it that you're looking at? And in no way can just AI handle it. It has to be the person who is looking at that data. Always, always.
And when I'm listening to both these answers, I also am able to focus on one aspect, which is very ignored skill among students, right? Going forward, when you adopt a tool, you adopt that tool, and probably I can use the term, you lap it up, like you have lapped up the chat GPT. Wherein, if you recall, one of the previous panelists, Mr. Nikhil Mahajan, very categorically said that one of the important skills is you've been able to validate data. You've been able to explain why certain answers is there, why some wrong thing has happened. And I really, this is coming out in both of your answers, that the ability of the human resource whom you have employed to look into the data, whether it is right or not, and look at the data, whether it is comprehensive enough or not, and then the interpretations which are coming out, the answers which are coming out are to be vetted,
yes,
and to be thought through. It's not that you can directly take actions on those answers. So very interesting. And I myself is in the training zone, and this is one I realize is a very ignored area. If I look into the kind of training space which we are currently having in AI and other aspects, I think rarely any training is talking about how do you look at data and validate its sources and then take it forward. So it always starts with, okay, you have got the data, use it, go ahead. There is an algorithm, there is a efficiency, there is confidence, there is some rates of error. Now you see whether you want to adopt it or not. So very important, very, very nice. And I also had one thought, AI being more capable of processing the data, which on an average human is not capable of. Also because we do not see that much of data, right? We do not know whether our mind can really process it or not, but we do not see that amount of data which gets fed into an AI system. So, which means it's a capable entity if it ever becomes an entity. But it's faceless, it's like water. You can give it whatever avatar you want to give it. What are the possible ways you can use these avatars to attain the goals of diversity, inclusiveness, work-life balances, mental health, happier human being, and productive human being? So question is open to all of you.
Okay, so I'll take it. So, Prashant, the the most important part in this entire aspect is, so you rightly said that AI is able to handle a lot of data which otherwise was not possible. Uh, the primary factor is there are larger machines, larger compute which has been given, and there are intelligent systems which are able to, not man-made intelligent systems which are able to correlate data points and make much more sense out of it. The biggest factor is, the biggest differentiating factor is, it's unbiased, right? So people say it's unbiased. I somehow uh, have a different opinion on it. It's unbiased on the face of it, but the model which is built by a developer or a programmer, if he has put some bias factors into it, because it's bound to happen, right? We are human. We are bound to have biases. We can't say that we are absolutely unbiased. So the but still, I mean, there's a larger sense of unbiasedness from the perspective of data, how the data should be used, and what is the interpretation of that data from when a machine does it rather than a human does it. And then the capability of processing larger data set is much more higher. So that's the biggest benefit. Now, how at the end use of it, how this can be benefited for human race is basically one of the most usable use cases, the chatbots, right? So the bots which can be sort of virtual assistants. Now, there is a lot of redundant work which can be offloaded from humans to by building those bots. The first entry point for a customer introduction could be a chatbot. We have recently did this work for a large PSU, and what essentially happens is basically the manpower can be used for some better work, which is more creative. So that's one of the very useful case which I can see. So basically, we have to see it from the virtual assistant's perspective. What are the areas where efficiency is can be improved, or what are the areas where accuracy can be improved, and then build those use cases on top using data and AI and analytics and whatnot. So that's how I feel. I mean, things can be improved over a period of time with larger data putting into the system and making it more and more intelligent.
So how do you achieve your goals of diversity, inclusiveness, and maybe happier workplace through AI or data-driven algorithms? So that's where I want to tie it down.
Sure. Okay. So I am not a core HR person from the face of. So
Um, so, with the quantum of data that is available, AI algorithms can be used to throw up different kinds of matrices as far as DEI is concerned. Okay. Now, those matrices can then be analyzed to see, where, say, in which specific functions, which specific areas you may have diversity, you may lack diversity, etc. That could be one part. The other part could be that, when those matrices throw up data, you could also use that to see that, engagement, for example, what kind of engagement is happening. Although we do and I'm sure all organizations do a pulse survey and voice of the employee, etc. But this kind of data can very quickly throw up what's going on in different part of the organizations, and then it's easy to customize solutions to deal with those specific areas. There is no doubt that AI increases productivity, but along with that also comes the stress, and I think that stress um, may not be right, but is very much there, that what's going to happen to job security, right? So I think therein lies organization responsibilities of communicating clearly how AI is going to benefit employees, talk about productivity, how they no longer need to do routine, monotonous tasks, and maybe how the organization can take responsibility for upskilling so that the same set of employees can get more meaningful, challenging work. And because, it can become more productive, they have a better work-life balance. Having said that, I think AI has also resulted in anywhere, anytime work. I think, uh, those are things where one has to set clear boundaries, that you don't call somebody, say, beyond a certain point in the evening. You don't expect a certain report, give them the kind of time, because I think those lines are also getting blurred because of AI. Unfortunate, but that is happening. So that's the other side. But I think that's where organizations can have policies which are, very clear, so that employees know what is expected of them and organizations know what the boundaries are. But I think it's very much a work in progress. Rachna?
No, so I'll tell you one thing, and I was just thinking, where are we using it? Okay, baby steps. Chat box, yes. What used to happen in HR function, there would be something called a shared service function or HR ops function. Every organization will have that. What's the job of that function? Queries. My loan is processed, or my leave. Very basic employee asks, right? There could be questions around policies. There could be questions around processes. Now you would have 1, 2, or 3 human beings actually addressing those, right? And they're on the call, they're helping. And in many organizations, even they may not even have shared service. They would have HR business partners to do that. Now, HR business partners can be really used to do much higher level of a job, right? Where it is more consultative in nature, which a human being can really add value to. Now, if you have already the policies and processes written down, chat box is the easiest way, and you kind of offshift that work to somebody else. Go to recruitments. We just started, just a couple of, I think 1 or 2 months back, is go through loads of resume that come through you. Okay. Now, what were we doing? Even if we had the ERP, you would take a resume, you'll put into shortlisted, not shortlisted, but you're going through the resume yourself. I've been using a tool for some days now, okay, 2-3 months. So what I do when I get the CVs through the consultants, they're like 3-pager CVs. I just run my AI tool over that to say, okay, capture. It just gives me like 5 lines, right? Now, look, this is the use of AI. Now, if I am able to creatively use what I need, and I think what is important is we need to know what we need, right? If we know what we need, the question that I would type to get the answer, I think that question is the most important thing. Now, if I do that, I can create magic, because if I know what data I need, what is my question, I can use that. So I can use that in recruitment. I can use that creating job descriptions which are, say, gender neutral, to your point of diversity, right? Create job descriptions. By the way, Lopa, I have created many job descriptions last couple of months using AI. It just takes, I'll tell you what, some 10 to 15 seconds. I don't know how much it used to take us to make job descriptions in the past, at least half an hour to 1 hour talking to 3-4 people, right? Now I just take 10 seconds. So an example, it's a new role, right? You don't even know what it is in your organization, but it may exist in some other organization. You just take 10 seconds to do that, right? Now, and therefore I would think you don't need to feel scary. I just feel so glad. I'll tell you, a couple of days back again, I was trying to experiment. Can I change my Word document to a slide deck, PowerPoint? Okay. It took me a little while to catch on that skill because I needed to experiment. But if I'm able to say, I need pointers that it's giving empathy as a feeling or something. Even if to create logo for your learning development interventions, you can do that, right? So I'm just saying there are enough and more used cases. Nobody needs to feel scary about it. I think the roles will not go away. Very different kinds of roles will emerge. And not everybody is required to know writing the algorithm. What we require to know is what do you need? Be sharper around it. Second is when you do data based work in the organization, it removes the biases. I take his point in terms of data bias that I completely agree, and we need to have a mechanism around that. But understand you're removing the perception of the decision maker there. This whole thing coming to us in HR and Dharam is there. Most of the time, when we ask questions to each other, is if I do this for this employee, would I be able to do it for somebody else? Is it fair, right? Now, if you have got multiple data points, it's easier for you. And data is helping you take the decision, right? So to me, I think it's just wonderful. It's beautiful to use that. And you promote a culture of accountability. You are promoting a culture of data-based decision making. You are making a culture which is, more of fairness, but at the same time very inclusive, because if you were to take data of different random population, you have a plethora of data that you can use to give customized offering to your employees, right? So I feel very great about it personally.
Great. And from both CHROs, I'm hearing one important skill, and I'll validate it again. So that important skill is your skill of asking the right questions. Now, this is easier said than found in new employees whom you are trying to hire. So, what is their ability to ask right questions? Now, if this ability is to be built in somebody who is a prospect employee, what is education system doing, and what as a student you are doing? So, are you looking at Chat GPT for quick assignment solutions, or are you focusing on your basics? So if your basics are good, your human mind can probably generate right questions. That's one thing which we believe is possible. But when now coming back to what kind of when you're searching employees, when you are looking for potential employees on higher roles, what kind of search has changed? What kind of criterias are more prominent for you than what it was 4 years back or 5 years back?
I want to pick something which is super crucial, is this curiosity bit. Because today we're talking AI, tomorrow it is something else, right? So I think that adaptability to something which emerges is not there. Dealing with ambiguity, I think these to me would be whichever era you are. We've been talking about 25, 30 years, right? Every time, every 3 to 4 years, something new and different would come and will be very disruptive. There are only two ways. If you're curious enough, you would get into it, find a solution, move ahead in life. It adds value to it. If you start getting scared about it, you're gone. So I would think if you were to hire any leader, the first thing that you would definitely need is your receptiveness to what is changing around you. That's my.
Yeah, absolutely. The ability to learn, unlearn very quickly, because not just technology, so many things are changing. And I think the other thing that, we definitely would look at is empathy. With so much digitization that is happening, with hybrid working, with remote working, I think the human to human connect, employee to employee, I think when we started working or well into our working careers, a lot of conversation, a lot of bonding used to happen around the coffee machine and the pantry and the cafeteria, the informal discussions. Formal meetings are separate, which facilitated a lot of formal working very quickly, and in a collaborative manner without thinking that, okay, now I'm collaborating. But when you have a large part of your team working from home, from remote locations, coming to office, once in 3, 4 weeks, when I go to office, she's not there. When she comes to office, he's not there. So to create that, so I think as the leader has to be very sensitive, very empathetic, without losing focus on the organization objectives. I think that's very critical to keep the team together.
Right. So, Sampan, one of the question which we were looking at and we were thinking that what will differentiate a human on a longer run with machines is that emotion aspect, and people were deliberating upon what exactly is emotion. And do you think this comes up when you are discussing solutions? Do you think this is a worry area with companies that they are thinking about? Okay, what would be the impact of these solutions on uh, emotion side or mental well-being side of employees? Do they ever discuss this with you?
Yeah, so I would say that I don't see that emotions can be I mean, we can debate endlessly on this, but I'm a firm believer that machines can't have human-like emotions. Machine can't be scared of speaking in front of so many bright students like the way I am right now, right? So that's not gonna happen. At least not gonna happen very, 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 very soon. And when I say very soon, maybe 50 years down the line. uh, Human emotion can't be replaced, can't be inculcated into a machine. That's what I feel. Yes, you can train machines to behave in a certain way in a certain scenario, but that's a training mechanism. That's how you train your model, that's how you train your program, or that's how you train your software. uh, Putting real life emotions, I don't think that's a very near future reality.
So if we can train, can we use those bots to bring in more sensitivity towards diversity? For example, let's say that I have a bot which keeps going around. It's just a comforting bot which goes around, talks to you if you really need to talk to somebody. And can it really be helpful, like those mental coaches which are built in into apps now? Can they be really helpful in bringing diversity objectives and inclusivity objectives, achieve those objectives better? Can they really do? Do you have experiments around them?
Better, I think right now is experiment we don't have, but I think it's possible. So I'll give. We just recently had one workshop wherein we were demonstrating Gen AI, how it can be used in a shop floor, um, more like a customer care executive. And we had made the Gen AI a figure there as well, a human, but it was a bot, right, with a human face. My sense is that there are many tools which actually are being used, AI driven tools, which are being used for mental well being. I think the places where these are working well, see, again, understand that not everybody would have places where they can really open up and chat, right? Because you have this fear of judgment. I am going through a rough patch in life, example. I want to discuss with somebody, but I'm not sure how that somebody will judge me. So that's the biggest fear I'm going through. Some of those situations when you just want to talk to somebody, you just want to be heard and listened to, I think it's a beautiful solution, right? Also, it also again depends how progressive that solution has been built. Because if you put, like, say, example, what do coaches do or what do humans do basically in all of these mental well-being is they listen, right? And they again ask the questions, right? And they help you arrive at your own answers. That's what coaching is all about, right?
Yeah.
They never give you the solutions. Now, if you are able to program your offerings accordingly with lots and lots of data around it, I think possible. Yeah, can it remove the human part of it, or would it be more effective, less effective? Don't know, but I think it's possible.
That's possible. Nice.
And Headspace is there. They're couple AI-driven counseling tools as of now. They're all live and existing.
And I do believe that, going forward, when we'll be able to take out mundane tasks out of our task list, we'll have enough time to connect with other humans around. So I believe we'll have a wonderful future there. And I think now I can open the discussion for all other listeners here. You have questions, please identify yourself. And then if you want to point it out to one of the panelists, please point it out to the panelist. Yes. Yeah. I can see some hands up there.
Hello. I want to ask the question to Sampan sir that there is a thin line between what humans and AI can do. So I am a maths-oriented guy, so I was just wondering around can ChatGPT solve the Riemann hypothesis, which is still unsolved. So it said that it has infinite possibilities and logic behind it. So I cannot, with my current status, can solve it. But since morning we have been hearing that the AI has huge computational powers. It can solve it can see 1 million chess positions in a second. So what are your views on that?
Yeah, that's a reality. With AI and with all these large machines, the computation power and efficiency has increased manifold. That's a reality. And but to make it work in the way you want to work, then you have to program it in that scenario. Uh, Problem is, so sometimes we just want to focus on a prototype. Making a prototype into an industrial state is not difficult, right? So you can make a prototype where AI model in itself in isolation can do wonders. But when you try to cover the holistic scenario or try to make a generic framework around it, it's there the most of the difficult part is that's the most difficult part. That's what I would like to say. But yes, I mean there will be lot more use cases in future, and there are not many use cases going on where industry is taking benefit of all these higher computation power.
I could see one hand up there. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hunarpreet Kaur, and I'm first year MBA student. My question is open to all the panelists. How can we as individuals prepare ourselves for the AI, the future of AI, with AI, artificial intelligence, self-converting coding itself in the coming 10 years? How can we prepare ourselves as an individual, and what would be the overall impact of this for the society?
So what are the
Okay. So how you can prepare yourself is, please sit down. How you can prepare yourself for AI and coding is, if that's the line that you want to get into, then that's the area of study that you need to pursue so that you are able to code in that language itself. So, but that, like Rachna mentioned earlier, is not necessarily something that all of us need to know, because the future of AI, when AI becomes more, the use of AI becomes more widespread, it will not necessarily mean that everybody using it needs to know how to code. So there will be a set of specialists, but whoever wants to get into that line, of course, needs to. In terms of societal impact, I think there are both positives, as well as things which need a lot of working upon right now. So overall, like, there is an increase in productivity. That's one of the main reasons why AI is being used, because large chunks of data are being computed at times which the human mind can't process. So there, because of that, there could be a better work-life balance. There could be more inclusive organizations. Okay, there could be more uh, progress in areas, say, for example, like healthcare. So there is a McKinsey report that says that about $180 million are likely to be saved every year in the pharma and the healthcare sectors, because AI is going to be able to give very customized diagnosis and medication, etc., which are right now being done by doctors, trained physicians. So these are all the upsides. The downsides still remain, right? Because there is a blurring of line that is there because of AI in terms of work-life balance. There could be stress. There could be people going into depression because they may not, if their jobs go, what the roles that they're doing, if it goes away, they may look at it as, what is my perceived value in the organization? So societal impacts are actually widespread. But I personally think that going forward, if the use of AI is done in the right manner, the upside of the use is going to be more than the negative. But I think for that, the governments, the legal authorities, organizations, developers of AI, everybody has to collaborate so that there is a holistic approach with the right kind of framework.
I would just like to add something to it. So don't think of it from the perspective of using AI for something. Try to find out that something, that what do you want to do actually. So within your domain, what do you actually want to achieve, and then try to leverage AI for that purpose. So it should not be AI driven purpose. Your purpose should define that what you want to do, and then you should use AI to achieve that purpose. That's what I would say.
I would just add there is huge, as Lopa was mentioning. I know of Singapore. Most of the medical fraternity is really using AI for cancer treatments, for many neuro diseases. They are gathering data because for many diseases, which for all the research that has been happening for so many years, where we haven't got answers, right? All of that work, very deep work, is happening in medical sciences using AI. And I think that would be the biggest benefit, if at all, that would happen because of AI. The other would also be like we are using automotive industry, right? I'll tell you a used case what we're now experimenting with, and it's not really society, but I'm just saying how it makes lives better for all of us. Is you get breakdowns in vehicles, right? Thousands vehicles getting sold every year. There would be breakdowns, etc. The gadi will come back, you'll repair, etc. Now assume that the mechanic need not open the bike every single time the complaint happens, because if you have rich data of all previous breakdowns, it is all collected at one place. The system, from the symptom of it, you type the symptom, this is what has happened, it will go back into that whole data, will tell you, check these 2 points. That's it. Now apply this for anything else in real life, right? So I would think there are many used cases, huge used cases in education industry as yours. But as students, I would just request all of you, use less of GPT, chat GPT, at least for the next 2 to 3 years that you are doing your engineering or MBA, because this is the time for you to learn the language, if at all, right? My son is doing computer engineering. I would always tell him, beta abhi to seekh li, baad mein to apne zindagi bhar wo use karna hai. So my sense is, at least for now, learn the coding as well. If your institute offers that, your course offers that, at least learn the basics. After that, you're just going to use it.
Yes, and
Continuation to what Rachna was saying, in Japan, for example, robots are now being used for caregiving because the population is such an aging population. All caregiving work is being done by bots and done beautifully. So there is already a lot of usage that's happening, and all on the positive side.
yes. So if I bring this down, and as a summary of the discussions we had, um, 2 aspects have come up. I spoken about it few minutes back, and I'll reiterate it. You being curious and you being able to ask right questions. So you focus on your basics. Now, what these basics primarily means, you need to see, right? It can be domain based, it can be human based, and if panelists, all previous panelists were also agreeing on saying that AI versus human, the emotion aspect would be the differentiator, then the basics should also be on your emotions, right? So understand yourself better first and understand other humans also. Bring that focus and also remain curious. So if curiosity is an algorithm, please search out what this algorithm is. What will make you more curious? Or what is that which displays your curiosity and will distinguish you from one person to another who is more curious? So maybe that's one area to think about. Any other question? Yeah.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Kanika. So my question is to Lopamudra ma'am. So as we know that AI is integrated with decision making, so how can we advocate basically the transparency and the accountability in HR domain? Thank you.
So thank you, Kanika. So transparency can be done through multiple ways. As we discussed earlier, it is important to inform people why the data is being collected, how the data is going to get used, and make sure that, we stick to that. Secondly, in all places where large amounts of data are being used, it is important to have a comprehensive policy that works towards safeguarding that data. Thirdly, I think in any organization, especially where so many data points are being used and AI is increasingly being used in different areas, it is important to also inculcate a culture of privacy where data privacy is respected, and so that is something that is ingrained in the culture of the organization. And I think the leaders play a very important role in that, because leaders have to walk the talk. When this transition happens, leaders have to be showing the way, and leaders have to make sure that everybody understands that why the data is being collected, what is going to be done with it, how that data is going to be protected, and why it's going to be beneficial. So all these aspects need to be covered, and therefore transparency. As far as accountability is concerned, I will reiterate again that the accountability of the usage of that data and the outcome of that data lies with the organization, function, and the individual who is handling that data. That is never going to be the responsibility of the machine. So it starts with the organization. If the organization is collecting the data, then the function which is using the data, and last but not the least, the individual or the team that is handling. So I think this is the chain of command which has to which has to maintain the accountability for the data with which they are working.
Which also means, please do not ask ChatGPT, what shall I do in this situation?
Correct.
Right. So I think with this, I can come to a conclusion of what we were trying to discuss, and the general sense that the future ahead of us is beautiful. Yes. So if I look into what Jaskiran collected the data, there was the biggest bar was coming for curious to know what would happen, and the second one was excited about the future, and there was least was on they were scared that what would happen in the future. That's what the general sense is coming out here as well. I believe we'll have better workplaces, more human, more inclusive, more productive at the same time. And with this, I believe we can lap up AI and such kind of solutions and go ahead with our experimenting and be curious. Thank you so much.
The insightful plenary discussion on Industry 5.0 helped us see how technology can enhance human creativity and tackle global challenges ethically and inclusively. It highlighted the importance of aligning human values with innovation, ensuring that no one is left behind in this wave of technological transformation. It was truly an enlightening session, and I hope it has sparked many thoughts among you about the future we wish to build. As we conclude this session, I would like to take a moment to invite Dr. Richa Mishra, ma'am, for handing over tokens of appreciation to honor our distinguished guests for their valuable contributions. And finally, we are delighted to have Mr. Dharm Rakshit, Senior General Manager of Human Resources at Hero Motorcorp Limited and the President of NHRDN Rewari and Alwar Chapter. With over 20 years of experience in top firms like Coca-Cola, Tata Steel, Mr. Rakshit is a certified executive coach. His recognition as one of ETHR's top 50 HR thought leaders of 2022 speaks volumes about his impact. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Dharm Rakshit.
Hi, good evening to everyone. I think it was a long day. That's why there is no voice, no energy left. Good evening to everyone. Still, I am not enthused. Thanks, Ratna. You brought the energy back in the room. So I can hear all the energy in the form of the clapping. So good evening to everyone. Good evening, faculties. Good evening, panelists. Good evening, the organizers, and good evening, students. It's a pleasure and privilege both to come to at this very occasion and to address you after such a wonderful session, because I have been the part of the two plenary sessions, and I was hearing and very deeply engrossed with what is actually happening on the front where the technology is taking over the human beings and human relations. Your title of this very session is the Industry 5.0. I would like to ask, what is Industry 1.0? Anybody can answer it. What is Industry 1.0? Can you answer it? Yes. So it was driven by the steam power. And when it happened? In the mid of 17th century. What is Industry 2.0? Because the last session we were continuously hearing, remain curious, ask questions. That's why I'm asking this very question. And when you actually immersed yourself in the Industry 5.0, did you try to know this thing? What is the Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0? Anybody can Google it, ChatGPT, AI, find it out. What is the Industry 2.0? Boss, I want to be this session to be interactive, because I know this thing. This is the last session, and it is very difficult for me to keep you engaged for another 15-20 minutes. What is Industry 2.0? Can anybody give the mic to the person? So Industry 2.0, am I going to get the answer from the audience, or should I? Yeah. Cameraman, can you focus on the person who is giving the answer?
Evening, sir.
Yeah.
So, Industry 2.0 is introduction of electricity and the use of assembly lines for mass production. So, the rise of steel production, railroads, and telecommunications was there basically in Industry 2.0.
Good answer. And I think you have taken it from the chat GPT. So Industry 3.0 was basically driven by the computer power, and Industry 4.0 basically the digital and the internet. So what is Industry 5.0? No, this is not AI. AI was the Industry 4.0. So how you are going to, what actually happened? Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 and 4.0? What you are actually missing? The missing part was the human being. And the Industry 5.0, we are trying to have a immersion between the human beings as well as the machine. And why it is required? Because the last session we were hearing the chat box is giving the answer. So your colleague has become a machine. Your virtual assistant is a machine, not a person. And that's a very interesting kind of the relationship which is emerging out. How we are going to create a balance between the man and machine, because the machine doesn't have the emotions. The machine doesn't know actually what you feed, you will get the similar kind of things. Although the generative AI will think much deeper than the degenerative AI. So there's a need to create an Industry 5.0 where we are going to create very symbiotic relationship between the machine as well as the human being. How many of you have seen the movie called the Matrix? And what is the concept of the Matrix? Can you just tell us what is the concept of the Matrix? Can anybody give him the mic?
The movie is connected to kind of a parallel universe kind of a thing where they are sitting in a ship and movies behind the scenes and they are doing some different stuff and
yeah, but
things. Yeah.
So actually the Matrix concept is they talk about the entire world is like a computer program, and that can be hacked. In the previous session, what I am hearing that someone inquired what is the flip side of the AI? HR, suppose that in HR you are using the data for predictive analysis, and then after you are making your systems like a performance management system or recruitment system, or any kind of a thing, even a compensation management, much and more robust and effective. Suppose that it goes in the hands of the criminal organization, what will happen? And they start using the AI, then they will know this thing. So another Jantara you will be able to witness. And that's why you see this thing, all kind of the cyber crime, the fraud, and every kind of things. This is also based upon somewhere on the AI data or the human or the machine learning or something. So we need to be cognizant to that very fact that when you are using the machine, it has to be used judiciously. It should not be used like this thing, very reckless manner or something like this, but thing that where there no accountability. Another important aspect of while the machine and the human being are working together, how we are going to create an ecosystem which works perfectly, and that also gives you the solution which has the little bit of the human touch also. Because over the period of time, what we are missing out? We are missing out the human touch. And as long as you will keep missing the human touch, you are going to become a machine. Because the machine doesn't have the emotions, that doesn't have the machine do not know what is empathy. And that is very, very important. That's why in the previous session, it was told to you that don't use the chat GPT. What I realized is the thing, there was a time when I started my career, and we had to write the big notes from my own hands. Then the computerization happened, and then we start writing on the screens. So what we have missed out? The writing skills. If you are using this kind of the generative AI, what you are going to miss? The thought process, the thinking ability. And when you are losing the thinking ability, the human being, actually the way you are differentiated from the other the animals, That is because you have the thinking power. That's why we are the human being. So it's important while the other speakers were talking about all the aspects of the AI or the technology, please don't miss the line of sight. That is the human relation is much and more important, and nobody can beat the human intelligence. So that's I all wanted to say. I think many of the MBA students are here. Okay. So I will just take the 2 minutes time about the NHRDN Central. It is okay. Central. So NHRDN is the world's largest forum for the HR professionals, which is a completely voluntary organization, which brings all the HR professionals together, helps in developing their capability, helps in developing their network, and also helps many of the time in the your say this thing when you need a job or you need a consultancy or something kind of a things. So your geography falls under the geography of the Rewari and Alwar chapter. Fortunately, unfortunately, I am the founding president, the first president of this very chapter. Okay, and we are having the huge collaboration with the BML Munjal University. This program is also a co-branded with the NHRDN. We actually inaugurated our NHRDN chapter from this very campus itself. And that's why I will always be very, very thankful to the couple of the guys, Swati Munjalji, Chandrail was always on the forefront to help us, Dr. Modi, Dr. Devender. These all were the people actually supported our journey when we took the baby steps. And within the few months' time, we actually organized our mega conclave, and which was actually on the Industry 4.0, Workplace 4.0, and harnessing the digital potentialities. There are a lot of the CHRO, a lot of the experts were in that very panel. I think a couple of the students were also in that very gathering, they were there. So my request, when the NHRDN organize such kind of the program, please be the part of that very cohort. That is going to help your capabilities in a much faster way, because you will be keep hearing and listening from the people who practice HR. That's the difference. Because in the institute or the colleges, the people who are teaching you, most of the time they are coming from the classical theory or the theoretical parts. But ultimately you have to go and start practicing those very aspects. So here you heard from the Rachna, you heard from the Lopa. They all are the practicing HR professionals. So you get the nuances, how it is important and what is the important aspect when you start going to deploy your theory into the practice. And that I think NHRDN gives you that very forum when you can easily collect. You can many way you can become the part. You can become the student members. You can become after the passing out and you start joining your the career. You can become the lifetime members also. And your college is also going to be part of the institutional member of the NHRDN. So thank you from my side. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to interact with you guys. And I am really happy to see this thing. You are a very, very curious mind. The kind of the questions you raised to the panelists. I was in the part of the 2 panels, and I realized this thing, the kind of the depth you bring, the kind of the knowledge you show, and the kind of the humility you show, that is amazing. So I will like to have a clap for you guys, because without your active participation, the whole day long journey was not possible. I find the thing every time all the chairs were completely full. They were not empty chairs. So that shows your resilience also. Thank you.
Happy birthday, sir.
I promise nobody will ask you the age. So don't ask the age today. He is a ever young guy. Okay. So let's celebrate. And if you guys, can sing happy birthday to Mr. Dhamrakshi. Sir.
I am overwhelmed. I am overwhelmed by this gesture because you're all the blessings. I think it is going to make my day a bigger day. Of course, I know this thing that I told Mr. Santlin that boss today spare me because this is my big day. I need to spend this day with my family. But his love and affection always withhold me here. Thank you, Santlin.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the experience. I would now invite Dr. Pratik Modi for handing over the token of appreciation to honor Mr. Dharam Rakshit, sir. I would request Dr. Pratik Modi and Mr. Dharam Rakshit to kindly stay on stage and facilitate our volunteers next, who have worked tirelessly to make this event a success. Firstly, we have Muskan Kumari.
So before we start felicitating our volunteers, I think they deserve a huge round of applause and a gratitude from us. So please thank them. And on behalf of School of Management, I'm really thankful to you. Without you, this event wouldn't have been possible. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
Next, we have Sudipto Ranjan. Next, we have Pranay Sharma. Okay. Next, we have Pranay Sharma. He's not there. He's not here. Next, we have Mayank Mittal. Hmm. Next, we have Navya Garg. Coming next is Pranav Purohit. Next, we have Prateek Srivastav. Next, we have Kadambari Mohan. Sai Prashant. Debashish Mohapatro. Disha Singh. Kashish Ramnani. Shreya Saxena. Rachit Agrawal. Akansha Arora. Akshay Jain. Abhay Singh Rajawat.
I would request the audience to please clap and motivate the students who have really put their heart and soul to make this event a big success. Thank you so much.
Debashish Das. Himanshi Jain. Pranjal Tripathi. Kanak Singathia. Shriya Mehrotra. Naman Gupta. Sagar Agrawal. Prateek Srivastava. Pranay Sharma. Yash Sharma. Harshita Gupta. Pragya. Kanchan Tomar. Prishita Chandra.
Lastly, we have Abhishek Kumar. So Abhishek Kumar. Also, I would like to please tell about the contribution of the research team that included Disha Singh, Ashutosh, Altamash Shahid, Pashma Jain, and Kadambi Mohan.
As we move towards the end of the summit, I want to thank each one of you for your active participation. It's clear that Industry 5.0 is not just about smart factories or AI, but also about fostering human-centric, inclusive systems. I hope today's discussions have empowered us to take the lead in shaping this future with empathy, ethics, and with purpose. It is my honor to now invite Dr. Richa Mishra to offer her closing words and deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Abhishek. Good evening, everyone. As we come to the close of Leadership Summit 2024, it is my distinct privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for the extraordinary gathering that we have had through the day. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Madam Vinita Bali, for her inspiring presence and for sharing her valuable insights into leading AI-powered organization in the age of Industry 5.0. However, she did have a distinct view where she suggested that we need to be cautious when we are talking of Industry 5.0 and using AI. Your vast experience and forward-thinking perspective have added tremendous value to our discussions today. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to our President, Ms. Swati Munjal, for her unwavering support and encouragement, to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shyam Menon, and Dean Professor Prateek Modi. Thank you for your leadership and for fostering a culture of innovation and excellence at BML Munjal University, enabling us to host such meaningful events. A special acknowledgement goes to Mr. Dharam Dikshit, President NHRDN, for the collaboration that we have had. Our remarkable moderator, Professor Jaskiran, Professor Davinder, and Professor Prashant. I will be failing in my duty if I don't thank Mr. Santanil, Mr. Siddiq,
Ms. Rubel, Ms. Nigar, and Mr. Manoj, and all the student volunteers for their unwavering support through organizing this event. Your tireless efforts and dedication behind the scenes have made this summit a seamless and enriching experience. Without your hard work, today's success would not have been possible. To all the distinguished speakers and panelists, we are deeply grateful for your thought-provoking sessions. Your expertise on leadership and Industry 5.0 has not only enlightened us, but has sparked new ideas that will surely influence the future directions of many organizations represented here today. Finally, I would like to extend a warm thank you to all the attendees. Your enthusiasm, question, and participation have made this summit a vibrant and dynamic experience. It is your curiosity and engagement that makes such events truly meaningful. As we conclude, let's carry forward the lessons learned today into our respective fields, leading with courage, innovation, and commitment to harnessing AI in ways that benefit society. Together, we can shape the future of leadership in Industry 5.0. Before I leave, I would like to mention a big thank you to my co-chair, Dr. Jolly, for her tireless work towards the research that she has been conducting. Thank you once again, and we look forward to continuing this conversation in the future. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude this leadership summit. Thank you, everyone.
Huh?